Oh, hey. Look, I'm in my spaceship. We're in space now. You're in space, I'm in the ship. And now, we're both in the ship. Wow. Through the magic of rocket science, we have achieved this. Thanks for tuning in, people. Can you see me okay? Can you hear me okay? Does everything seem like it's working? Type the number 1 if everything is working. If you can hear me okay. Hey, nice space chip job. Thank you very much. I painted it myself. 1. Okay. Enough ones. Couple trolls posting not the number 1. But we got enough ones where I think we're okay. A few 69s. Couple 69s. Nice. Nice, guys. Real nice. So, every time I do one of these streams, I come on with at least one sort of big topic. And the plan today is to play through a mod that somebody made for Halo 3 on the Master Chief Collection. It's a campaign mod that creates a campaign based on the environments and events of the wedding episode of Season 3 of Arby and the Chief, which is a fan favorite. Immediately followed the dogshit cold episode that I don't think many people liked. But then I made Wedding, and everyone was like, okay, he's still cool. Sort of. And this is a learning experience for me, man. Like, this will be a fresh play for me. I haven't played it, I haven't loaded it up yet. I've only gotten so far as to figure out what I'm doing and to be able to properly launch the campaign, because this has been a learning experience for me, because I actually didn't know how modding on the Master Chief Collection works. For some reason I was thinking it was a Forge thing, but I think like the Forge for any of the games and the modding tools that you get for the Master Chief Collection games are two completely different things, I think. And so I haven't used the modding tools, but I imagine it's like a souped up Forge where you need like a desktop interface to be able to do all the stuff that you can probably do in it. So I actually had to spend some time trying to figure it out, because I didn't know how to get it going. Like, I get this, I know what the Steam Workshop is, and I get that you need to like subscribe to a creator to like get their mod to launch on your game. Subscribe and download is basically kind of treated as the same command. And but I didn't know like where to go to get the mod going. I thought maybe there'd be like a pre-launch dialogue where it's just like, what mod do you want to play? But it wasn't that. So it just brought me to the Master Chief Collection main menu. And I'm like, how the fuck do I get to this thing? So it's quite interesting how it works so far from what I've observed. Is like you go into campaigns as if you were just about to play the regular single player mode. And then you go into the game that has the campaign you want to play. And then alongside the main campaign, you'll then have a list of like modded campaigns that you have installed. And one of them now is the wedding thing. And I picked it and I saw like the interface and how it's like the little thumbnail for it is like the thumbnail from the actual episode that I made. So that's as far as I've gotten. I haven't even launched it yet, so I figured I'd stream that, my reaction to it. Oh, hey, the guy's here. Dirk Steele. It's Dark Steel without the A for some reason, but there you go. Dirk Steele is here. He's the guy who made this. And I'm very excited to play this. And, I mean, I haven't played it yet, but I'm sure it's cool. It looks, from the screenshots that I've seen, it looks quite accurate. I mean, I imagine you probably used... I don't know if... I mean, I used Forge to build the original map back in the day, right? So, like the Halo 3 Forge mode on the Xbox 360. But I imagine you made the map, and I don't even know what to expect, whether there's cutscenes or sort of scripted events. But I imagine you used it with the Halo Master Chief Collection modding tools, which probably replicate the look and interface of making stuff in Forge to some degree. There's 2 cutscenes, the rest is scripted events. Okay. Cool. So you can create cutscenes with the modding tools. That's interesting. See, I know so little about the Master Chief Collection modding process, so this will be a learning experience for me. I get to see what's possible when you're modding. I didn't even think you could make campaign mods. I thought it was just multiplayer mods, like, but I suppose you could just use Forge for all that. So, this will be cool. Let's go through some of the chats here. More John Tent. I'm gonna come right over and give it a watch. Oh, I see what you did there. More John Tent. Oh. I will now play the appropriate music through my mic. Yeah. This will be cool. I'm looking forward to this. First, let's do a reaction commentary to the episode. I've done a commentary already on Wedding for my Patreon only subscribers. But what do you guys think? Should we have a look at Wedding again before we do the mod? What do you guys think? See how it matches up after? Yeah? Okay. Fuck, I wish I'd thought about that, because, whoops. I have to... Shit. Oh, if I launch studio mode in... What the fuck is it? Streamlabs? Then I can sort of have one thing going while I make modifications to my scenes in Streamlabs, because I don't have a thing right now where it's me and a web page, you know what I mean? Like I only have it for video game EXEs right now. So if we're gonna watch the episode first, then I gotta set that up. So just bear with me here. Shit. The John Graham show, everybody. Classic John Graham moment. Shouldn't take that long. I just gotta... Okay. Can you guys see that Can you guys see the window graphic right now? I'm guessing not. Okay, it's still on the webcam. Right, okay, I think I figured this out. So what I'm gonna do is go to webcam and media. Turn off my display capture. Oh, you know what? I actually do have this ready to go. Yes, good. So I think we can just do this. How's that look? Can you see that? Okay, yeah, you should be able to see the imaginative logo. So I haven't looked at the chat in a while. Okay. So let me just go back to webcam briefly. Make sure this is all working. What about now? Can you guys hear that? Okay, good. So we're gonna quickly go over this wedding episode. And then we'll play the mod that's that a campaign is that has a campaign that's based off of this this episode, okay? Hang on, I think there's a super chat I missed. Let's just get that out of the way before. Tallest Cascade for $4.99 says, play Uno with your camera on for the next Let's Play. I had Uno installed on my Steam, actually, and I just uninstalled it because I figured I wouldn't play it. But yeah, not really keen on the whole pulling down my pants and jerking off side of playing Uno. Not really my genre of gameplay. Alright. Thank you for the super chat. It's very nice of you. You guys can still hear that okay?
Can we play something else?
What's the matter? You don't like Griffball?
No, it sucks balls.
Do you find it boring or something?
Boring? I'm about to slip into a fucking coma.
You know what's funny about this is that, I mean, I probably would have said this in the commentary I did earlier, but like, I'm ripping on Griffball here, and then like, I eventually went to work with Rooster Teeth in Texas, and I think I met the girl who came up with Griffball, and I was like, oh shit. Like, is she gonna know? I'm like, she probably hasn't even seen the episode. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, it was kind of embarrassing. I don't even think it's bad. It's just, I just found it dull myself, and I would rather not play it. I just found something a little dull about it. Wasn't even the game type. It was kind of the physics of the game that just kind of made it boring. Like, just the way the hammers work and the physicality in the game of the big soccer ball that you play it with. It just wasn't that... I didn't think it was that fun, but... whatever.
Well, what about your friend over there? Does he like it?
Chief, you into this? Yeah, he's about as enthralled as I am.
Oh, sorry. We'll play some Slayer in a little bit.
Don't worry, it's cool. Griffball just isn't for us.
Woo! What a game that was.
Like, oh my god, I know, right?
Oh, hey, Arbiter, I'd love you to meet a couple friends of mine. These are my friends Gregory and Sarah. Isn't Griffball great?
Why are you all out of breath? It's a video game, you tool.
Yeah, nothing like Griffball to get the old heart racing, I always...
Griffball is named after Jeff's character Griff, but he also just happened to marry a woman named Griffin. Okay. Yeah, but would he have named the character Griff based on his girlfriend? It just seems like a significant coincidence. I don't know.
To say,
Like, oh my god, totally, right?
What the fuck? Eggs?
well, if you didn't enjoy Griffball, then maybe you'll enjoy... I don't know, what are you doing this Saturday?
I don't know. Why?
Well, see, my two friends here are having a Halo 3 wedding this Saturday, and we're looking for people to attend.
A Halo 3 wedding?
Yeah. You know, they're both avid gamers, they met on Halo 3, and we thought it'd be fit for them to have their wedding in the game itself.
Totally. Yeah, my husband-to-be is like totally like in love with me.
Guilty as charged, I'm afraid.
Back when I did girl voices. Don't make fun of me. Please, no bully.
Like, oh my god, he proposed to me during matchmaking. He crouched and held up an empty energy sword to me as a wedding ring. Like,
Oh, this is
my god,
cringe.
So adorable.
Pretty cool.
Well, if you'd like to come, you guys are more than welcome.
What do
We
you think, Chief?
Trying to shout this memory out of my head in the shower tomorrow morning. Ah! The cringe, get it out. Get it out of my brain.
Is this something you'd like to do?
I'm not going to their faggy fucking wedding.
We'd love to. Both of us would be delighted.
Great, we'll see you this Saturday then.
See that reverse footage on plugging the headset in?
Like, oh my god, like,
Thanks,
thank
you
you
guys.
so
That is called a filmmaking.
much for
Really
coming.
looking forward to seeing you guys there. Okay?
No problem. Thanks. You. Easy on the Griffball, Greg. Wouldn't want to pull a muscle or anything.
What?
A lot of volume jokes in this episode. People talking quietly in the distance. People walking away, voices getting quiet.
What the fuck? Was that?
Look, what was I supposed to say?
Shut the fuck up and get the fuck out.
I'm not gonna say that to them. They're nice people.
Well, I'm not going. Have fun, faggot.
Chief, wait. Don't make me go to this thing alone.
This is a great example of how, if once you have Arbiter there, as like a key character, you can almost have Chief get away with more, saying more heinous shit, because Arbiter's there to sort of balance it out and be like, dude, that's mean, you shouldn't do that, you can't do that, whatever, right?
It'll be awkward as shit. I'm begging you. Please.
20 bucks.
15.
10.
Done.
Awesome.
Wow. Remember, best behavior.
Fuck you.
So this is old, right? So this was not made in Master Chief Collection, unlike the mod we're about to play, or the Master Chief Collection modding tools. This was built in the vanilla version of Forge that came with Halo 3 on Xbox 360. So, no modding tools or anything like that.
Hey, you guys made it. I'm so thrilled. Come on in. It's going to start pretty soon.
Like, you can see how jank it is. I mean, I sort of leaned into, like, how... Like, there's forklifts tipped on their side to sort of act as decorative pillars and shit like that. There's explosive canisters put there for decoration. When it's like, of course a player's gonna come along and abuse that and just detonate the whole place, which is like, that was one of the tongue-in-cheek sort of aspects of this episode, right? Is you knew it was like set up so Chief could just fire a single shot and blow up the entire building.
Thanks, homo.
What?
Thank you. Let's go, Chief.
This is so fucking retarded.
I think it's very sweet.
You would.
Hey. This is a sacred ceremony. You have to crouch. What's wrong with you?
Mind your own fucking business, asshole. Fuck whatever.
Some people. Unbelievable.
I have to agree with you to an extent, Chief. I'm all
His voice is so quiet. It's hard to even make out what he's saying. But I do have the volume on my headphones turned down a little bit just so I can concentrate on other shit.
for people meeting on online social networks. but I think all this is kind of pushing it.
No, you. Here we go. They were shush.
The bride will now approach the altar. Silence, please, for I will now play the appropriate music through my headset.
No, you've got to be kidding
Alright,
me.
just give me a second. Yo, Steve. Steve! What? Press play. Press play on the stereo.
I think this is a recurring theme in RB and the Chief episodes, where, like, you would demonstrate the absurdity of, like, how people set up an in-game situation like this, where it's such a significant thing, like somebody getting married on a video game, or the funeral in World of Warcraft that was famously crashed, for example. And then, but sort of accurately depicting what's probably happening behind the scenes through things like the microphone headsets, where you can sort of hear someone off, like, you can hear somebody else in the room next to the person who's using the microphone, and you can sort of get a sense of what's happening spatially in that user's sort of real life environment. And people used to do this, right? Because, like, if there wasn't a way to, I mean, I think there's ways now of sort of broadcasting like a music track or playlist through like a network URL, where everybody can sort of tune into that one URL and hear the sound as if it was just playing on their own system. But if you, back then, people would like blare music through their microphone headsets, right? So it would sound like shit. And like, it just made sense to me. Like, yeah, I guess if you wanted wedding music for somebody who was playing, from somebody who was playing a minister in an actual wedding in-game ceremony, they would probably do this, is play something on their physical stereo in their room, right? So, I always liked RB and the Chief's sort of illustration of how things are probably executed practically. Anyway, sorry.
Beside you. No, press play. Play! Okay, thanks. All rise for the bride.
Here we all back to fucking head up anyway, yeah? Nice ass, bitch.
I mean, Chief here is basically just like it's like a kid in church who's being told to sit still and shut up, and who's just like restless and wants to fucking do something, play video games, anything but just sit still.
Shut the fuck up.
We are gathered here today in the sight of the Guardian.
It's funny that you couldn't really, the only thing that's indicating that this is a female player in this game is just the pink armor, because all girls wear pink. But in Halo Reach, there were adjustments made to the figure. Like, they had big ass, small waist, big ass, thick, as people say, with 2 C's. And but yeah, that wasn't in Halo 3. So there wasn't any gender distinction in Halo 3. That didn't come until Reach. But you could color a Spartan pink, and then all of a sudden they'd be a grill. To this very simple juxtaposition, right? You have an extreme close-up, an unusually close shot on Chief's visor looking around, and then you do the POV shot of all the explosive canisters. like and it's a panning shot, so you can see they wrap all the way around the interior. And then you cut back to Chief, and it's just like, uh-oh, what's he thinking, right? You don't even need any dialogue there. It's just very clear.
20. Speak now, or forever be AFK.
I object. Motherfucker.
He kills out one guy first, because it's like, you told me to fucking crouch down. Go fuck yourself. He prioritizes that, and then he blows up the building.
I'm charging my laser.
Are you guys all Zoomers? I'm not sure. Some of you will know the shoop da whoop thing. I'm not exactly sure what the origin of it was, but it's like, I think it's a Dragon Ball Z thing. It was based on the character Cell. But he had like this giant mouth and eyes superimposed on his face, and he would shoot a laser. And I don't know what it was, I don't know what it was based on exactly. I mean, it was partially on Dragon Ball Z, but I think there's something else being mixed in with that. I'm not sure what it is. I'm firing my laser, yeah. I'm firing my laser! And then there were derivatives off of that, where instead of my laser, it was Malaysia. Which makes no sense, but yeah. So that's what that's referring to. But I don't think a lot of people are aware of that. That's a dead meme, as they say.
Let's get the fuck out.
You ruined my wedding! Oh my god!
Bad my fucking wedding, losers.
What the hell was that?
One kick-ass wedding.
I can't believe you.
That was some funny ass shit.
You know, that actually was kinda funny. You wanna do it again?
Damn right, son.
I really like the editing on that high five. So I was back when I actually had other players on Xbox Live act out the other characters, which is like, if you want absolute control over how the thing's gonna look, the final product's gonna look, you don't do that. Like, you gotta do everything yourself. But like, that was back then when I was less disciplined, and it's just like, yeah, sure, fuck it. Let's do this on Xbox Live, and then you play this guy, you play that guy, follow my instruction, you know? Okay. A little refresher on the wedding episode. And now just let me look at studio mode again on Streamlabs, and then we'll figure this out. So we're going to go back to web, hit transition, and then we'll figure this out. We'll go webcam and media. Oh wait, that's not capturing, I want it to capture the EXE, not the display for this. Okay. Sorry guys. So if we hit oh, I have it muted on a software level. Hang on. Can you guys hear the menu music for Halo Master Chief Collection right now? Type the number 2 if you can hear the game volume. Okay. Well, I think we're good. Yeah, okay. I said the number 2, not the word 2, but you knew that, you trolls. Let's do a super chat. Let's catch up on those while we're here. Digital Fear is going to smack you with a copyright claim for playing his show. You son of a bitch. I am Digital Fear. The legendary Digital Fear. Tallest Cascade, the Power Stroker, thank you very much for the super chats. Really appreciate it. Grundle Wizard for $2 says, Job, how'd you come up with the idea for this? I think because I heard about people getting married on Halo. And that just kind of fascinated me. Where it's just like, it was sort of real life significant rituals sort of bleeding into the game / computer virtual world where people are trying to have these kind of pivotal life experiences in computer generated environments. I thought that fascinated me on like a fundamental level. It wasn't like I thought it was dumb right off the bat or great. I just was fascinated by that on like as like a phenomenon that happens, you know? And then it was just like, how can I make fun of this? And so it's just like, okay, let's have an episode about a wedding, right? And what do you do with that? Well, let's have Chief blow it up because he thinks it's dumb. That just seemed like the base sort of thing to do in consideration of what my show had been up until then. And then let's have Arbiter kind of offer a countering perspective where it's just like, well, it's important to them, you know what I mean? Like, maybe this isn't cool to just blow it up. Like, you know, this is... I mean, that's kind of what's fascinating about it, right? It's just like... It's almost like you're welcoming trouble by hosting something like that on a video game where it can be interfered with. You know? So it's like... To be safe, why don't you just do this in real life? But maybe you don't have the money for a real wedding, and this is why you're doing it in a video game, so you can just save money. Hey, honey, let's get married. We'll have a church wedding. Really? Oh, awesome. Oh, by the way, it's on Halo 3. And then she's just sitting there with a grimace. I thought this was going to be a real wedding. But I don't think all people who get married on video games have that. I think some people really who get married on Halo or have gotten married on video games, period, have really just embraced the idea where it's just like, this is just like the real thing. Because, I mean, does it need to be? I mean, we love each other. Do we need to be in an actual church with an actual minister and an actual present audience to make this legitimate? Or is it just the fact that the ceremony occurred, whatever form that takes, right? Like, I found that genuinely interesting. And right off the bat, I wasn't really looking at it as like, this is stupid or this is awesome. I was just like, wow, that's a fascinating thing. And then in the context of making an RB and the Chief episode, let's have Chief treat it like as a joke, destroy it. Arbiter offers the counter perspective, and then it sort of plays out. And obviously Chief wins because it blows up, and Arbiter's sort of on his side at the end. It's not really me trying to say that I think it's strictly like stupid and not serious or whatever, because like I want to be respectful to people who like, I mean, if people who are getting married on a video game are happy with that, then, you know, go for it. I don't care. I think the important thing there is that you guys love each other and you're determined to sort of make this work. So game volume is loud. Sorry, I'll turn that off. So yeah, that was how I came up with the idea. Because I think Arbiter can sort of see how it can mean something to people, but then there's just this thing in the back of his mind where it's just like, why would you do it on here though? You know? With all these explosive canisters. You're asking for trouble if you do it like this. So that was the idea. You know what kind of a recent example it reminded me of was do you guys know that Silent Hill game, Ascension? And I think that's what it was called, and it was sort of like a crowdsourced story that played out on some online platform. Maybe it was Twitch or something. I can't remember. But I'm just like, this is gonna be a farce. Like immediately, once I understood what exactly was gonna happen with it, like on a technical level, it's just like, dude, this isn't gonna work. Like, you're trying to make, I get you have this ambition and you want it to play out a certain way, but it's just not going to, because as soon as you like crowdsource something like that, it's immediately gonna fucking degenerate into the dumbest fucking decisions ever. Right? Like, whatever the most absurd fucking choice is out of all the options along the way, people are just gonna pick that for the lulz, so they can laugh. Because why not? They got a laugh out of it, so... Like, it's just, it's like they don't really understand the way people work in a crowd, and online especially, where anonymity is sort of not a factor. Am I getting that right? The Silent Hill Ascension thing? They've already released it. It's a mobile game, and it's so far gone as well as you expect. Yeah. Apparently it was filled with microtransactions. Oh yeah, I heard about that too. I didn't know about that at first, but I did hear about that later on. Yeah, that was cringe. So... yeah, it's just like, as soon as you put shit online like that, like you're inviting trouble, I feel like. And I think that's what Arbiter sort of... that's the conclusion he came to. And then that's why he's like... whatever. Let's just blow this up and then I'll just have a good time with Chief. You know? So... yeah. I don't think they're strictly stupid, because I don't want to disrespect somebody's, like... if they consider it a serious thing, like people getting married, it's just like, whatever. I wish you well and, you know, good for you, but... you have to acknowledge the risk. You can't be, like... you can't just do something like that and not expect trouble. Anyway, thank you for the super chat, Grundle Wizard. Really appreciate it. Bass Player 2011 IFY for $5 says, I'm curious on average how long it would take you to set up and shoot the in-game stuff. Oh, I mean, it's like, I don't know, a couple hours in Forge to build the church. And then... I mean, it's a different process now because I do everything myself with 4 controllers. But, like... I mean, in some way, doing it with actual players across Xbox Live, it's easier in some ways, but more difficult in others because you have to rein in so many people who are just, like, impatient and fucking around. Twitching and jumping and crouching when they shouldn't be because you're trying to get a fucking... you're trying to get a shot, you know what I mean? It's like, stop moving around. Fuck. Like, how many times do I have to say it? You know? So you have to deal with that. I think I remember it being fun, though. And I tried to, in the writing, in the script, at a script level, I tried to simplify it as much as possible, right? So it's like, what characters do you absolutely need? You need Arbiter, you need Chief, you need the bride, you need the groom, you need a minister, and then we'll have one other guy who's just like a part of the audience who's there to sort of make Chief angry. And then let's see that play out, right? So it's like the minimum amount of characters for an interesting episode. Yeah, but even that, I mean, that's beyond 4 players, right? So, I mean, in a way, it makes sense. Like, if you do it on Xbox Live, a scene like that, you can do that. You can do that all in one instance because you can have up to 16 players in a single Xbox Live match, right? But if I'm doing everything myself, then it's capped at 4 players per session, right? So I do as much as I can with 4 avatar. Like, if a scene in a script demands more than 4 characters, unfortunately, when you're actually executing it on your own with 4 controllers, there's a cap at 4 players, right? So you do as much as you can with 4 players, get all that footage, and then you load up the remaining players on a separate instance, which generates a separate gameplay film, and then that's a whole new batch of shots that you have to get. So by doing it the Xbox Live way, you can get everything at once in one session, which is cool. But, like, that's one of the few perks of doing it that way. I mean, ultimately, I'd rather just have complete control over everything, the way everything looks, right down to subtle player movement, right? Because when you do things the Xbox Live way, you have to deal with lag and shit like that, you know? And especially if you have a full room. Like, back then, if you had a full 16 players, the likelihood that it was going to lag was extremely high. Because somebody was bound to have a bad internet connection in the player list, you know? So yeah. Where were we with the super chats? Thank you, Bass Player 2011 IFY. Really appreciate it. Team Killtacular for $9.99 says, as someone who only got into R being the Chief a few months ago, I can say that Wedding is a certified grade A job tent. Excited for this modded gameplay through. Thanks, man. Yeah, that was, you know, Season 3 started with the episode Cold, which is a reference to the map Cold Storage that came out with Halo 3. And I remember fans were just like, this is kind of weak. This is a weak episode. Some of them. And I felt bad about it. So then I thought, fuck. The next episode has to be fucking good. Because I felt bad. And then that was Wedding. And then I think everyone was just like, most people were like, okay, cool. The show's still good. They're not all gold. Sometimes I slip and fall on my face. You know? But, I think I made up for it with Wedding. If I fuck up, I try to make up for it with the upload that follows. Thank you, Team Killtacular. Hyperbolic Ninja, I hope I'm not pissing people off holding off on this mod thing. I would like to get through these super chats because there's only a couple left before we do that, if that's okay. Hyperbolic Ninja for $5 says, how many people in your chat is familiar with the onion who shit himself into the edge of the universe? Also, happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Why does that sound familiar to me? I think I have seen whatever that is. Yeah, I don't know who else is familiar with it, but it's vaguely familiar to me. And yes, happy Thanksgiving to you, Hyperbolic Ninja, and everybody in the chat. Even though I think I'm in Canada, so Canadians don't celebrate Thanksgiving on the same day as the Americans do. So I imagine you're American, because I think Americans are celebrating Thanksgiving now. But yeah, happy Thanksgiving, man, and to everybody. And thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Dark Steel for $5. Hey, the man of the hour, the creator of this mod. Fun fact, I've got the most popular mod currently on Steam Workshop. It's not this mod, though. That's awesome. I mean, this should be the most popular mod. I'm just kidding. Well done. That's really cool to hear. What is the mod, out of curiosity? Is it another campaign mod that you made, or? Anyway, that's really cool. The person who made currently the most popular mod on Steam Workshop for Master Chief Collection also made the mod that replicates my episodes, so that's very cool. Thank you, Darksteel. I'm looking forward to playing your mod. Hyperbolic Ninja for $2 says Gartic Phone with EFAP. I can't force them at gunpoint to invite me and play a game of Gartic Phone. If they want to play Gartic Phone and they invite me, I'll go on. And I'll draw more heinous, ridiculous shit. But maybe they won't want to. I don't know. It's up to them. It's out of my hands. That's what I'm saying. But I appreciate the thought. Thank you, Hyperbolic Ninja. Darksteel for $5 says, just another dono to read to prolong the mod playthrough because I can. Funny XD. Deliberately prolonging the inevitable. It's going to happen, Darksteel. Whether you like it or not. You probably want this to happen, but... Well, in that case, I'm pleased to inform you that this will happen. Okay? Well, that wraps up the super chats. So what do you say we launch this fucking mod up and let's fucking go? Should we go, you guys? Should we let's fucking go? Should all of us let's fucking go right now? Are you ready to go? Oh, that was on the game the whole time? I'm a fucking idiot, man. Okay, so you can see the game right now, right? And you can hear the game? Type the number 0 if you can see me, hear me, see the game, hear the game. Type the number 0 if everything's looking and sounding good. Okay. Good. Thank you. So, I'm gonna use a controller for this. This makes things a bit easier for me. I don't enter any keyboard commands that accidentally fucking Alt F4 the whole thing or quit the thing. The application. Wedding Crasher, there we go. So, if anyone's curious about how this works, you subscribe to a mod on the Steam Workshop. You go into Steam Workshop, you sign into your Steam account, you subscribe to a creator and their specific mod that they've made. You wait for it to install, or the game will update, and then you launch it on Steam. Main menu comes up, campaigns. The mod is for Halo 3, so I'm gonna go to Halo 3. And then you have a mod option here, like you have the built-in stuff. But then alongside that, you have whatever modded things that you subscribe to. So there's the Wedding Crasher. I'm not sure if, I think it's just the one mission. I don't think it would be divided across separate missions. I'm guessing the base game is just sort of putting that option there redundantly. But maybe we should go quick start. Actually, you know what? To get a little more control here, I'm gonna do this version. So we can see the episode thumbnail is the graphic for the mod. Yeah, it's redundant for single missions, but it's fine. Okay, so this is a single mission. Sorry, just before we start, because I have the mod creator in the chat here with me, Dirk Steele, do you think that I should apply any sort of special options or modifications, difficulty adjustments before I launch it, or should I just hit start? What do you think? Do you recommend any tweaks? Turn on the catch skull. I'm not turning on skulls and all that shit. No, but I will say there are 2 Easter eggs in the mission. One is a gun. One is the imaginative logo. Oh, this is so cool. I love it. You put in Easter eggs and shit. That's so fucking cool. I'm really looking forward to this. So thanks again for making this. I appreciate it. Okay. So we're about to start. I'm going to turn my volume up a little bit. All right, here we go. Are you ready to go? Here we go. Let's fucking go. While playing a game of Griffball, Arbiter and Chief are invited to an in-game Halo wedding of a grading couple. This is a good synopsis. Did you write that? Oh my god!
Can we play something else?
What's the matter? You don't like Griffball?
No, it sucks balls.
Do you find it boring or something?
Boring.
I'm about to slip into a fucking coma.
Well, what about your friend over there? Does he like it?
Chief, you into this? Yeah, he's about as enthralled as I am.
Oh, sorry. We'll play some Slayer in a little bit.
Don't worry, it's cool. Griffball just isn't for us.
Woo! What a game that was.
Like, oh my god, I know, right?
Oh, hey, Arbiter, I'd love to meet a couple friends of mine. These are my friends Gregory and Sarah. Isn't Griffball great?
Why are you all out of breath?
It's a video game, you two.
Yeah, nothing like Griffball to get the old heart racing, I always say.
Like, oh my god, totally, right?
What the fuck? Eggs?
Well, if you didn't enjoy Griffball, then maybe you'll enjoy... I don't know, what are you doing this Saturday?
I don't know. Why?
You see, my two friends here are having a Halo 3 wedding this Saturday, and we're looking for people to attend.
A Halo 3 wedding?
Yeah. You know, they're both avid gamers, they met on Halo 3, and we thought it'd be fit for them to have their wedding in the game itself.
Totally. Yeah, my husband to be is like totally like in love with me.
Guilty as charged, I'm afraid.
Like, oh my god, he proposed to me during matchmaking. He crouched and held up an empty energy sword to me as a wedding ring. Like, oh my god, it was so adorable.
That's pretty cool.
Well, if you'd like to come, you guys are more than welcome.
What do you think, Chief?
Is this something you'd like to do?
I'm not going to their faggy fucking wedding.
He'd love to. Both of us would be delighted.
Great, we'll see you this Saturday then.
Like, oh my god, like, thank you so much for coming.
Looking forward to seeing you guys there. Okay?
No problem. Thank you. Easy on the Griffball, Greg. Wouldn't want to pull the muscle or anything.
What?
What the fuck was that?
Look, what was I supposed to say?
Shut the fuck up and get the fuck out.
I'm not gonna say that to them. They're nice people.
Well, I'm not going. Have fun, fag.
Chief, wait. Don't make me go to this thing alone. It'll be awkward as shit. I'm begging you. Please.
20 bucks.
15.
10.
Done.
Awesome.
Wow. Remember, best behavior.
Fuck you.
Okay. It's a lot just right off the bat here. I just want to say I fucking love this so far. Just on the mere fact that the mod starts off with a highly compressed video of my original episode. I mean, I imagine you letterboxed out the subtitles. But why I love that is because I grew up playing the Sega CD. And the Sega CD had a lot of games which are commonly referred to as full motion video games, FMV games. I don't know if anybody is familiar with that. But basically, you would mix some kind of gameplay or at the very least input with extremely highly compressed video with low color depth, so it would fit on the disc of the game, right? Like Night Trap. Yes, Night Trap is a good example. It was actually recently ported to the Switch. Night Trap's one of them. I mean, there's a lot. Even games that weren't like Night Trap or Double Switch or shit like that. There were still like full-fledged like video games like the Terminator, for example, for Sega CD, had FMV cutscenes that were very highly compressed clips from the actual movie by James Cameron. So this just brought me back to playing Sega CD, where it like cuts to black, and then a really highly compressed video cuts to black, and then the game boots up. Like, I haven't seen anything in the modern day replicate that sort of feeling of playing an FMV game on something like the Sega CD as this right now. So I just think that's so fucking cool. Sorry. I mean, but I don't intend to blow through this, by the way. If people are upset with the speed at which I'm going through this, I intend to savor every single second of this. So what I want to do is figure out what the sort of objective path is, and then sort of explore all the other corners of the map first, and then I'll go where the game wants me to go, right? So I imagine the sort of objective path to follow is going to be very clear. I imagine at this point the waypoint is to go into the church, right? So, but I'm not going to go into the church. I'm going to look at everything because I'm very curious as to what you might have placed here and there. And even if there isn't anything, just as sort of a refresher on Foundry, you know, because I used to build maps and stuff for my old machinimas in there, and I have a lot of fond memories of this game, Halo 3, right? Working with the vanilla version on the 360. Anyway, okay, here we go. Okay, so this is interesting. So I imagine there's a trigger volume around here. And if I walk into it, it's probably going to trigger a cutscene, right? And it's really cool that you've had this script. You got a script for him walking out here to this point. Probably based on a number of sort of key points where he has to go there, and then there, and then there, or something like that. And then Arbiter sort of starts here, makes a straight line for that point. So you can talk to that guy, and then it's just waiting for you to initiate the cutscene. I'm not going to initiate the cutscene, because I'm curious what's going on here. We got some spawn point, or default regular player spawn points, not initial spawn. Damn, he's good, yeah. See, I know this shit, man. I just finished a book on programming in C. Like, I know video games, okay? I know some of you think I'm a fucking boomer, okay? I know how this shit works. I want to make my own video game one day. So anyway, he sealed that off. Normally, there's a corridor back here, but he sealed this off. So I can't get back there. So I'm gonna have to go around here. This isn't even C, it's worse. What language did you use to write this? Python or something? More sort of generic spawn points. Blamite. I haven't actually heard of that. That's interesting. So I thought I couldn't jump for a second, but then I realized I've got my controller mapped to bumper jumper. So these are sealed off as well. I can't remember if I sealed these off for the... Well, it's not that you can even see this part of the map in the episode, so I probably didn't. It's very, very, very old. Blamite, really? I haven't heard of that. Oh, Blamite is the tool. Halo has its own scripting engine, I believe. Does it have a proprietary language? Sort of like Game Maker Studio has its own language. Godot has its own scripting language. Okay, so pretty straightforward. I'm just gonna do one more scan of everything, just to make sure I didn't miss any stuff. I don't think I did. Castle Crashers, I like it. We got a We got a rocket launcher back here. Okay, that's cool. Why does it say a pistol? Okay, what the fuck is this? Is this a new weapon? And like, I've played very little of the Master Chief Collection, okay? I don't even know what the fuck this is. Is this a modded weapon that you created? It looks like some kind of like sound-based weapon or something, or just like compressed air or something like that. Thunder gun. The thunder gun. Because it kind of looks custom animated. Where you like the way it just sort of rises up into frame like that, reminds me of something like Doom or something, you know? It's cool though. I like the... If you made that... Credit to Green Knight, by the way. This is mostly his work. I just touched it up. Okay. Are you talking about the weapon modeling? Because I assume you did the, you did, like, the scripting and the sort of environment and all that, right? That's interesting. It has the pickup icon as a pistol. So there's not, like, a custom pickup graphic made for this weapon. Right, yeah, so Darksteel did, like, the mod itself, but that weapon in particular was, what was his name? A different person made the weapon model. We got a sort of well, the chassis of a forklift, which is an object in Halo 3's Forge. Interesting that there's sort of like fragments placed around before the ceremony has even started, as if something exploded already, you know what I mean? Okay, so I think we've seen everything. You blew it up early. Oh, you blew it... Oh, did I accidentally trigger, like, a main thing? Should I reload the map? Because I think in firing that gun, I might have triggered something inside that was meant to be sort of done later. Okay, yeah. I'll restart it. Thanks for the heads up. With the thunder gun. Okay, yeah.
Wow. Remember, best behavior. Fuck you.
So one of the things I forgot to mention is that the Darksteel, I mean, I don't know if he did this, but the voices for RB and Chief, they're not the XP, they're not the Windows XP text-to-speech engines. I think they're probably Speakonia or something like that was used to generate the voices, which they sound kind of similar in terms of like pitch, but the inflections are way different. I tried to recreate it as best I could. I figured, dude, this isn't me, like, I don't mean to, like, sound nitpicky here or, like, an asshole. I'm just... I just think it's interesting to point out all the differences that I can spot as the person who originally created the thing, right? So I can just tell by ear. It wasn't done with the XP text-to-speech engines, which is what the show's voices were done with. But Speakonia is a very good choice. because, like I said before, it does sort of emulate the original voices in terms of generic pitch. You can sort of tell, like, okay, this is Arbiter's voice, this is Chief's voice, right? Even I knew I couldn't recreate the patent RV and Chief voiceover or voice acting. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, very well done so far. I'm really impressed, honestly. Okay, so I gather there's a trigger volume around here, so I'm gonna walk into it.
Hey, you guys made it. I'm so thrilled. Come on in. It's gonna start pretty soon.
Thanks, Homo.
What?
Thank you. Let's go, Chief.
So the fact that this puts you in the role of Chief, I think, is very clever. So you have to make the decision of yourself as a player of when to sort of fuck it up. It's interesting putting the player in the role of Chief. It's very cool. Is he looking at me? So it's sort of like periodically refreshing the head and torso position to wherever I'm sort of positioned relative to him. It's interesting. I wonder what's going on there in terms of programming. Okay. So I'm gonna walk into the church now. The guy's there. Oh man, this is so good. I mean, it looks just like my Forge set. I remember building this fucking... God, how old was I? That was probably 2009. I can't remember how old I was. I'm too fucking old now, you guys. But shit like this makes me feel young again. Even the forklifts. Okay, so the trigger volume, I guess, is here. Yeah, it's letterboxing now. And it's locked me into this position now.
This is so fucking retarded.
I think this is very sweet.
You won't.
It's even got Cortana's off-camera dialogue. That's cool.
What?
Mind your own fucking business, asshole.
Okay. This seems odd. Because he's doing his looks and his crouching. But he probably should have walked over here, right? I'm guessing that must have been part of the script. Or is he supposed to be over there? Arbiter got stuck? Okay, yeah. So something interfered with his coordinates. They're supposed to be, like, keyframed from there to there, right? I'm gonna restart it again. I want this, if it's possible for this to load properly, I want to get it right. So, we're gonna just go through this again up until that point and see if Arbiter gets unstuck this time.
Remember, best behavior.
Fuck you.
AI pathing is dumb, it rarely happens. Okay.
Thanks, Homo.
Nothing, thank you. Let's go, Chief.
Oh, so he's supposed to go straight there, but something happened, right? And then I'm supposed to sit next to him. I don't think there's probably no other trigger volumes. And I like that because when Arbiter goes where he's supposed to, it becomes very clear where you as a player are supposed to go, which is right next to him, right? So it's obvious where the trigger point is. That's cool. So now we're gold. I think everything's working the way it's supposed to. Never could find out the proper solution.
It's so
That's
fucking
weird, dude. I don't
retarded.
even know what I
think
did
this
to
is
interfere
very
with it.
sweet.
You would.
Maybe it's just a randomly occurring glitch. I don't know.
What?
Mind your own fucking business, asshole.
Oh, like auto fucking auto scopes you. It auto scopes you, I think, into the sniper rifle. So it's like prompting you to shoot the guy. I wonder if that's what's happening. Does it want me to shoot the player right now? Because technically, he doesn't shoot him yet in the episode. I think you're pressing the wrong button. Okay, maybe I fucked it up again. Oh, crouch.
Fuck whatever.
Oh, you know, it doesn't take cuz I have hold enabled for crouch, not toggle. So I'm going to change my settings and then I'm going to restart it again. Sorry, like I said, I want to explore every part of this. I want it to execute the way it was intended to execute. So I hope you guys are on board with that. We're going to go to controls and then configure gamepad. Crouch behavior. Crouch behavior, toggle. Set for all games, yes. Good. Save. And restart. You don't need to restart. I want to do it anyway, just in case. You can't do crouch jumps properly with toggle.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean.
Best behavior.
But I think it would work better for this mod if I have it set to toggle, right?
Hey, you guys made
Maybe
it.
I'm wrong about that. I don't know.
Come on in. It's gonna start pretty soon.
Thanks, homo.
What?
Nothing, thank you. Let's go, Chief.
Whatever, it's okay that I'm restarting. We're having fun, aren't we? I'm certainly having fun.
This is so fucking...
You know what I like about the voices? Is that... Because I imagine the amount of reverb put on the voices is to sort of... emulate accurately how voices would travel in a space like this where it's so sort of cavernous and empty, but it almost sounds like a memory of the show as well, you know what I mean, where you're sort of thinking back to the episode fucking over 10 years ago and everything sort of feels like an echo, a memory, right, beyond just the space that you're in. I think that's really cool. Maybe that's just a happy accident, but I just like the way that sort of works on both levels.
Argued.
I think this is very sweet.
You would.
What?
Mind your own fucking business, asshole.
Okay, it doesn't autoscope you. I was wrong about that. So, I'm gonna crouch.
Fuck whatever.
Okay, everything's proceeding as normal, I
To an
think.
extent, Chief. I am all for people meeting online on social networks, but I think this is kind of pushing it.
No, you. Here we go. Gay alert.
Shush.
The bride will now approach the altar. Silence, please, for I will now play the appropriate music.
Sorry, if I may, I'm wondering, because I think they walk up onto the platform, but I'm wondering, like, when you're programming paths like this for NPCs, is it possible to have them walking, or does it always have to be, like, them running from point A to point B? To the creator of the mod, obviously. Walking wasn't an option. Spartans didn't have the animations. Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, because the animations for walking obviously are there in the game, right? Because you can apply a minimal amount of pressure to the left analog stick and make them walk. But I guess in the context of programming paths for NPCs, it doesn't let you do like a walking animation. It's basically just like, here's point A, here's point B. NPC is automatically just going to run from A to B, right? And then I imagine you could probably like modify the speed at which they travel from point A to point B, but then it's always going to be them running. So if you make it too slow, then it looks like they're just going to be running slowly in place as they transition from one point to another. That's cool. I mean, this is cool for me. I mean, because I'm learning about how the modding process works, which I genuinely do find interesting. I just haven't gotten around to experimenting with it myself, you know? But I love learning about this.
Through my headset.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Yo, Steve. Steve! Press play. Press play on the stereo. Beside you. Press play. Play!
And then the bride should be walking in, or I guess running in.
All right.
See, we all have to get up anyway, douchebag.
This is ridiculous.
There she is.
Nice, ass, baby. Chapter
So I imagine because the player is locked in at a certain position right now, you just had the pink Spartan character spawn in around a corner that we can't see, because we can't go around and peek to see it just spawning in, right? So I imagine it just like generates, and then you give it a path where it walks in.
yeah.
We are gathered here today in sight of the Guardian. Unite the players in Halo Master. If anyone has any objections to uniting hostage 9.
I always like that line, Halo Matropony. I always thought that was clever on my part.
I less than 3 to Jizz 420. Speak now, wherever he may have been.
I object.
The music choice is interesting here. So I think it actually automatically crouched me back down. I guess because it was expecting me to still be crouched. Maybe I accidentally pressed something where I made myself stand up, and then the game sort of forced me back down. But I'm going to stand up so I can see the explosive canisters. The music choice is interesting. And so I guess I can just shoot whatever canister I want. Because I'm wondering what the trigger is here. Whether it's me... I gather it's not me shooting in a specific direction or at a specific thing, but just triggering a series of explosives or explosions that eventually do trigger the volume that sort of guides the story forward. Everyone dying. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, here I go. I'm gonna shoot... It was either this one or this one in the episode. I can't remember which, but here we go. Okay, am I fucking... So there's an invisible wall here. I can't, and right there, too. So I'm sort of locked into this little pew thing. There it is. And then that guy. I should have killed him first, but whatever.
Let's get to find out.
And now the invisible wall is gone.
Have a nice fucking morning, losers.
And then the whole place fills up with fire. That's cool.
What the hell was that?
Wow, gaslighting.
I can't believe you.
That was some funny ass shit.
You know, that actually was kinda funny. You wanna do it again?
Damn right, son.
Very nice. I'm gonna go through that once more because I think I missed some Easter eggs. I want to find all the nooks and crannies. I want to find all the secrets. But we're gonna see how this ends here. Can you guys see that green bar at the bottom? You kill the red guy. Yeah, I know. So the trigger is everyone dying. That's cool. That's smart. And then we're holding on black here. Does it go back to the... Does it go back to the main menu? Does it just... Is it supposed to just hold on black here until you manually quit? I'm curious about that. Oh, there we go. It just took a little while for whatever reason. Okay. The pink bar. Oh, it looked green for me. Anyway, we're gonna load this up again. Whoops, sorry. Halo 3... Wedding Crasher, quick start. Or missions, and then start. John just wants to ruin another wedding. Yeah, I can't help myself. That's all I want. It's to ruin other people's good times. You could see a green bar, thought it was part of the template. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess I miscounted the amount of time, but whatever.
Wow. Remember, best
Oh, so...
behavior.
Fuck you.
Like, in between the end of the game and it's sort of pulling out back to the main menu, you have to estimate the length of the credits in, I gather, an amount of milliseconds that you're sort of feeding into the programming language that you're using to write the code, right? Something like that. Can you make your own missions in this game? Apparently. I mean, it's news to me. I didn't know you could do this shit. This is cool. Like, you can even go letterbox and make your own cutscenes. That's pretty awesome. And then you can put your own audio files in, obviously, so you can have characters, like, speaking. You can get, like, NPC speaking roles and stuff, so... Just this episode might do the Halo Reach wedding one, but that's a maybe. Oh, that's a big ordeal. Yeah, that's pretty complicated, I think. This is plenty, man. I think this is so cool that somebody bothered even to make this at all. So I think I've explored all the playable areas, so I'm guessing if there's Easter eggs like the imaginative logo, that it's probably something that I would need to, like, look at through a thing like this where it's a wall, but it's like, it's got some kind of transparent element to it where I can see past it into a different room. Like, I imagine, like, some Easter eggs would be in a place where I can't physically go into it, but I can look in. I don't see anything in there.
Hey, you guys made it. I'm so thrilled. Come on in. It's gonna start pretty soon.
Thanks, Homo.
What?
Nothing, thank you. Let's go, Chief.
Oh, he got hung up there for some reason. I wonder why that happens. I wonder if it's based on my position at all. Like, if the code is expecting me to sort of be closer. I'm not sure. I'm gonna restart it again so it loads correctly. He'll find it eventually at its spawn. Oh, okay. It's AI being dumb. Yeah, but like shit like that, it boils down to something, right?
Wow.
I'm just curious what that is, because I'm trying to...
Best behavior.
Fuck you.
I'm trying to teach myself programming at the moment, so this is really useful knowledge.
Hey, you guys made it. I'm so thrilled. Come on in. It's gonna start.
Maybe it's based on the amount of time that I take to trigger the
Let's
cutscene.
go, Chief.
So it's good now. Oh no, wait, now it's hung up again. So I don't know what I could have done there to sort of... Does it expect me to follow it? Interesting. I want to understand this. Chaos theory. It's like how 3 vases dropped the exact same way will
Wow.
crack differently.
Remember, best behavior.
Interesting.
Fuck you.
It's more specifically with the actual Foundry level itself, and I didn't feel like relighting and re-geoing the level for this.
Thanks, Dog.
Okay.
Nothing, thank you.
So it's based
Let's
on the
go,
actual
Chief.
level geometry. Or it could be. So now he's in his proper position. Trigger volume's there. I haven't looked around the church yet. Is there any commands blocked off? Like, can I melee? I don't think so. So I imagine that's something you can write in the script for these campaign mods, right? Is to sort of lock off the player from being able to do generic, like, commands, like melee, or you can make them not be able to shoot if you want. I love that you didn't try to, like, pretty it up or anything. It's just like, this is exactly, pretty much exactly how it would have looked if it was just built in Halo 3 with its Forge mode. Like, on the 360, like the original version. Look behind you at spawn. Okay, I'll do that. No melee, no grenades, no shooting, right. Well, that weapon isn't here now. So I imagine once I trigger the cutscene that gets me into the church, then I guess this weapon pickup is programmed to disappear. So, like, I guess the weapon's there at the beginning, so, like, if you don't want to trigger the cutscene, you can just explore and fuck around and do that, at least. Right. Yeah. Look behind you at spawn. Okay, so I'm going back to my spawn. Dirk was here. There he is. Oh, hey, look at that. Cool. This is like a PNG overlay with transparency. It's almost like how spray paint works in OG Counter-Strike. That's cool. Is there anything else I'm missing, Duke? You don't have to say exactly what it is, but if there is something I'm missing, then I'll happily fucking search around for it, you know what I mean? Not really? Okay. I just want to know if I found everything. TF2 spray tag. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Something like that. then I don't think I can even... Because you blocked off the ability to shoot in melee, so I can't even... Oh, I can push this guy. So what if I push him outside the church? I broke your game, Darksteel. I shouldn't be able to do this. I'm just fucking around, by the way. Like, if I made a mod, I know, like, there would be shit like this where other people could just fuck with it. Softlock Lamau. Okay, so did I softlock the game by moving him out of position?
This is so fucking retarded.
I think this is very sweet.
You what?
Yeah, because I'm locked into position now. And then if the success condition is to kill everybody, then I'm not going to be able to kill everybody because I can't move from the pew.
Wow. Remember, best behavior.
Fuck you.
Hey, you guys made it. I'm so thrilled. Come on in.
I want to see John use the thunder gun on them.
Let's go, Chief.
Well, because I triggered the cutscene, I'm guessing the weapon isn't there now. Yeah, it's not. But if I restart it, pick up the weapon, and then start the cutscene, maybe it'll let me go in with the weapon.
Wow. Remember, best behavior.
Fuck you.
Red guy can unlock the door to open the secret room. I don't believe you.
Hey, you guys made it. I'm so thrilled. Come on in. It's gonna start pretty soon.
Thanks, Homo.
What?
Nothing, thank you. Let's go, Chief.
See, that gun's not there now. What's the trigger for getting this gun to appear? That's interesting. Because I don't think I did anything last time other than just running around. You triggered it again? Oh, did I walked into the trigger volume? Shit, sorry. Oops. Job, you pick up the thunder gun, then a round 1 counter comes up and it turns into Call of Duty Zombies.
Wow.
Yeah, I triggered the cutscene, that's what I did.
Fuck you.
I'm gonna stay well out of bounds this time, don't worry guys. John, you can get the gold warthog if you keep the red guy alive. You don't say. Wow. And if I turn around in a circle 50 times?
Hey, you guys made it. I'm so thrilled. Come on in. It's gonna start pretty soon.
Thanks, Homo.
What?
Nothing, thank you. Let's go, Chief.
Okay, so Arbiter's Path worked. That's good. I'll never forget when I tuned into John playing VR chat, walking into an empty comedy club, only to see a lone Winnie the Pooh in the spotlight on stage singing into the mic. Funniest moment in history. I agree. That was a memorable time for me on VR chat as well.
I think this is very sweet.
You what?
I'm not quite finished with this yet, but I need to go pee, you guys. So I'm gonna go pee, I'm gonna take a few minutes, and then I will be right back. Okay? Don't go anywhere. I mean it, or I'll come after you. guys hear me? Testing. 1, 2. Press 0 if everything's looking and sounding okay. Okay, good. Thanks for waiting, guys. So we're gonna restart this. But we have the secret bonus weapon this time.
Mind your own fucking business, asshole.
Oh yeah, he wants me to crouch, sorry.
Fuck whatever.
I have to agree with you to an extent, Chief. I am all for people meeting online on social networks, but I think this is kind of pushing it.
No, you.
It's interesting, I think that the white armored guy moved. Because he had an initial position just outside the church, and then he moved sort of ahead and up and to the right relative to the church entrance. So I wonder if that's supposed to be like him sort of adjusting his position in a storytelling context to be able to tell if like the bride and the groom are on their way. Something like that.
Here we go. Gay alert.
Shush.
And that blue guy fucking came out of nowhere. Probably just spawned right around the corner, I'm guessing.
Will now approach the altar. Silence, please, for I will now play the appropriate music through my headset.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Yo, Steve. Steve! Press play. Press play on the stereo. Beside you. Press play.
You know, it's so surreal, you know? Because it's like, when I made this back in, what, 2009? 2010, maybe? Like, I had no idea that I would be playing a mod based on it for a collection of video games that would be released after the whole trilogy came out. Because, like, there's no telling what the games or Bungie or 343 Industries was going to become, the whole situation, right? On PC, right? So now this is just so cool to like be playing a mod of something that I made way back that I didn't really think much of. I mean, I was just trying to make something funny and that people would enjoy, you know, and then it's become this sort of fan favorite thing. And it's really nice to be able to play this. It's an honor, to be honest. So, thanks again, Darksteel. That's my extra little detail of him meeting the groom. Okay, that's cool. I like that. So yeah, that position adjustment where the minister sort of shifts his position in sort of an expectation of the groom's arrival. So I like that. That's cool. And it's sort of, you cleverly put that new position within the player's field of view because you know where the player is going to be locked in, right? So you know the range of vision that the player has, and you deliberately put him in a place where you can sort of see him waiting. That's really smart. I like that shit, man.
Hey! Okay, thanks. All rise.
See, we all have to get up anyway, douchebag.
This is ridiculous.
Nice ass baby. Shut the fuck up.
We are gathered here today in the sight of the Guardian. Night is clear in Halo Matter. If anyone has any objection to igniting hot bitches 9 and I less than 3
I object. No further here. Let's get to find out.
Is there a kill box in here? Okay, so the fire damages me wherever there's fire. Can I walk up here? Oh no, it just sort of is probably a time limit at that point,
What the
right?
hell was that?
One kick-ass wedding.
Well, it's either a time limit or it's based on whether Arbiter as an NPC reaches a certain trigger point that sort of
You know,
deactivates,
that actual
deloads
was
the
in
instance.
You want to do it again?
Damn right, son.
If you hover over Arbiter, you see he's a friendly and the others are all enemies. Oh, that's interesting. That's... yeah, you can see that by whether the cursor is green or red, right? It's a timer. Okay, yeah. So as soon as you kill everyone, then it sort of starts counting down X number of seconds. And within that time frame, there's these explosions going off that you observe. And then, regardless of where you go from there, it'll sort of quit on its own. That's cool, man. If you're seated out further, you can see them both. Oh! Let's try that. Dude, I'm quite happy to do this. I assume you guys are too, but, you know, you don't have to watch it if you don't want, but... I think this is fucking cool, so... Did you notice the green Castle Crasher sticker? Yes, I did. That was one of the first things I found. Watch someone make a wedding Doom mod where it pulls the myhouse.wad where it appears small, but it's a horror game with complex puzzles that tell a narrative. WAD, is that the file format for, like, Halo maps or something?
Wow. Remember, best behavior.
Fuck you.
So, I mean, I had no idea you could do this shit in Master Chief Collection. Like, because I just didn't look at the modding tools at all. But I'm amazed at what it lets you do. I mean, the fact that you've created this, I just think that's amazing.
Hey, you guys made it. I'm so thrilled. Come on in. It's gonna start pretty soon.
Thanks, Homo.
What?
Nothing, thank you. Let's go, Chief.
Okay, so I'm positioned far enough out. So I'm gonna go in the minimum distance into the trigger volume here, which I gather is like right here. No, a little farther in. There we go. Oh, I should have gone forward as well. Fuck. Actually, I'm gonna do that. I should have known better than that. I should have moved myself forward a bit.
Wow. Remember, best behavior.
Fuck you.
We gotta wait for Steve. Hold up.
Hey, you guys made it. I'm so thrilled. Come on in. It's gonna start pretty soon.
Thanks, Homo.
What?
Nothing, thank you. Let's go, Chief.
So, I mean, I get hung up on the smallest shit because like I said, I'm trying to understand game programming. And it's like, for a while there, for a small frame of time, there's a window, it seems, where the white colored avatar looking at you is sort of that position of his head is refreshing every single frame based on where you as a player are positioned. So he's always like looking at you, right? But then it seems once Arbiter makes his way into the church, then it sort of changes where all of a sudden that head position is refreshed only every sort of like 3 to 5 seconds or something like that. I'm trying to figure out what's causing that exactly. I find that really interesting. Oh, it's not even that he's trying to, or now I think now he's trying to look at me. And then it stops. And then he's looking at something over to the right. Or is that sort of a script that's sort of giving an organic sort of, like, as he's standing there, he's just casually looking around at stuff? Is the script made to do that, where it just sort of makes him feel like a real person, where he's just sort of casually looking around at whatever might be catching his attention? You are correct. If you look at the episode, he stares at you when you enter the church, then looks away, just like in the episode. Oh, see? These fucking genius little things I'm not even picking up on, because, like, you know the episode better than I do. Or just what exactly every avatar is doing in every shot, and you've paid such attention to that. That's really cool, man. WAD is a file format for custom Doom levels. Oh, right. I knew that sounded familiar. Right. You have to sit in the same seat, but if you walk in from a different angle, like behind the second seat, you can see the two conversing. You have to sit... Hold on. You have to sit in the same... Fuck. Come on. Scroll up, please. You have to sit in the same seat, but if you walk in from a different angle, like behind the second seat, you can see the two conversing. So I just have to be at the opposite corner of the sort of the trigger volume that's locking me in a position, right? So the game can progress. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, gotta restart. Arbiter AI got hung up. Man, fuck, I still can't get over that. The cutscene getting loaded in so you can see it. Like, that reminds me so much of the fucking Sega CD. You have no idea. And maybe you do. Maybe you've played it. Like those old FMV games from the 90s. But, like, man, just... I guess it's not even that you're trying to replicate old tech. It's just that's the way it works. If you're hyper compressing video into a thing like this to sort of keep the file size small, that's just what happens, right? But man, it just reminds me so much of Sega CD.
Fuck you.
Sega CD wasn't my thing, the GameCube was. Sega CD's way the fuck older than GameCube. I mean, it's literally 2 generations back from GameCube. Actually, it might have even been 3, actually. Because Sega CD was the 32-bit era. I'm pretty sure. And then the 64-bit era with the N64, Sega Saturn. And then it was the 128-bit era, but it wasn't really... I don't think the number 128 really applied in that generation of consoles, but that was when Dreamcast, GameCube, Xbox came out. Sega CD came out in 1992 as an option for the Genesis Mega Drive. Yeah, that's true. It had this sort of flatbed design where you plug it, it assumes that you already own like a Genesis or a Mega Drive. The difference between Genesis and Mega Drive is basically just whether you live in the Western Americas or the UK. In the UK, it was Mega Drive. Western America, it was Sega or Genesis. And you would plug it in. You'd plug your Genesis or your Mega Drive onto the Sega CD. And then the Sega CD was just sort of its own thing that had a CD drive. And you'd put CDs into it. And didn't have a lot of great games. It had some fantastic games, but it didn't have a lot of great stuff. But one of the perks, obviously, was because everything was on a CD, you could have CD level audio quality. Like it wasn't chiptune music and sound effects. They weren't generated by chips on a circuit board. It was actually like fully recorded audio tracks put onto a CD, and then that would be like the background music, right? So you had really high quality audio. But yeah, like video on the CDs had to be compressed to such an extreme degree that they would look like shit. And this reminds me so much of that. And I guess it's just the same process of just like, we need to keep the file size small, but we want the player to see this clip of video for whatever reason. So here it is, just super compressed. Anyway.
Hey, you guys made it. I'm so thrilled. Come on in.
I hope you guys don't mind my rambling. Sorry.
Start for
Thanks, Homo.
what?
Nothing, thank you. Let's go, Chief.
Okay, Arbiter's AI path worked that time. Oh fuck, I forgot the reason I was even doing this in the first place. God damn it. Old tech's the best, dude. I turned 34 months ago and I can't get over it. Dude, I'm very nostalgic
Wow.
over all the old consoles I used to play.
Remember, best behavior.
Fuck you.
One of my first consoles was Game Gear. The Sega Game Gear. You guys ever play that? Type the number 5 in the chat if you've played the Sega Game Gear.
Hey, you guys made it. I'm so thrilled. Come on in. It's gonna start for
Thanks, Homo.
what?
Nothing, thank you. Let's go, Chief.
Wait. Oh, that's interesting. So there's like a little time buffer. So if I walk into the trigger volume and walk back out immediately, then it's not going to launch the thing. But it's sort of waiting for you to be stationary for, I guess, X amount of seconds or milliseconds, and then it'll lock you in. That's cool. I like that. So I am going to go in from the opposite corner and just sort of slowly go in like this. There we go. I think it's locked me in now. Oh no, not yet. A little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit more. So maybe if I gotta walk forward a little bit. Like that way. I'm gonna stick to the outside as much as I can. Walk in slightly further, okay. There we go. I don't think I could have done much better than that. Okay, now I'm just gonna observe what's going on out here.
This is so fucking retarded.
I think this is very sweet.
You won't.
Locked.
Mind your own fucking business, asshole.
Oh, you're crouching? Did my being crouched have something to do with triggering the volume? Because I thought it was based purely on just whether you're colliding with it. So there's white guy. And so he's waiting for the groom. And then I imagine nothing's going to happen until I press crouch and sort of progress the story here. It's a clever trick I did with the forced crouch. Oh, okay. So I'm going to crouch now.
Fuck whatever.
And then I'm gonna try and keep an eye on this guy.
Chief.
Oh, hey, look,
For people
there the
meeting
groom
online
shows
on
up.
social networks, but I think this is kind of pushing it.
No, you. Here we go. Gay alert.
Shush.
Oh, and the groom just runs off. He sort of takes a different trajectory. I like that. That's cool.
The bride will now approach the altar. Silence,
And
please, for I will now
in
play
terms
the
of seeing the bride, my position is limited to this little box around Arbiter here. So I can't really get into a better vantage point in that regard. But that's very cool that you can see the groom approaching, and then it's sort of they're coming to a sort of agreement where it's just like, okay, I'll go in the church, you go over there, and then you take this sort of modified path up the center of the church to meet me on the platform. It's
We
awesome.
all have to get up anyway, douchebag.
Yeah, use your laser. Okay, I'll charge my laser this time. Oh yeah, that is what I actually forgot he uses that in the episode. I fucking made the thing and I forgot.
Nice ass baby. Shut the fuck up.
We are gathered here today in sight of the Guardians.
You're familiar with the WoW funeral raid, John? Dude, have you even seen Season 7 of Our Being the Chief? I'm pretty sure it makes a direct reference to it. Yes, I'm familiar with it.
I less than 3 inches 420. Speak now, forever be the FJ.
I object. Motherfucker.
Okay, here we go. Spartan laser.
You're not charging my laser. Shoot something.
Oh, shit! Dude. So, there's a fork. There's a logic fork. To use your sniper rifle, it doesn't play that voice file. But then if you pull out the Spartan laser and shoot a Spartan laser round, like a laser, it'll play that exclusive voice file. I'm charging my laser. That's fucking awesome, dude. I'm curious, in whatever programming language Darksteel that you used to write this, I imagine it was basically an if statement, an if-else structure, where it's just like if the player uses the Spartan laser, play this file, else just progress normally, like where the thing explodes and everybody dies, right? I'm really curious about this shit. I want to know how it works. Actually, it's tied to the gun itself. Every time you use the laser, it plays the sound effect. Huh. That's cool. Right, okay, right. Yeah, I see what you mean. So technically, I don't know at what point, I gather this is the only point in the mod where I can actually start firing weapons, right? So I couldn't reload this and pull out my Spartan laser and fire it outside the church to test that, because you've blocked off the ability to shoot. But I think the ability to shoot isn't released until this part in the story, right? Where it sort of wants you to shoot the explosive canisters one way or another. And then on a programming level, you've tied the voice file to the ammo, like, or firing that weapon, right? If I were to take that custom gun and put it in vanilla, it'd actually play that sound. Oh, okay. If I were to take that custom gun, the sort of air cannon thing that's behind the church, there's the dirty secret. The only two vanilla weapons are the sniper you shoot and the ARs the AI hold. Everything else is a hacky custom gun. Okay. Interesting. So you're creating modified scripts for individual weapons based on the usage that they have in the mod, I think. That's so fucking cool, man. Oh, I'm so glad I did this. This is like It's such a... I'm learning a lot from this. It's cool. Including the lowered weapons. Okay. Right. Including the lowered weapons. So, like, is having a weapon lowered considered by the game on a programming level as, like, holding a different weapon? Curious about that. Because I know, like, it sort of, like, changes the state. Like, the actions that you can do. Because, like, you can't fire a weapon while it's lowered, or aka alert carry, right? Where you're sort of putting it at your waist. But you can use the fire button as a way of sort of bringing it out of alert status or alert carry. But there'll be sort of this transitional period where it's like you are firing ammunition, but it takes a while for the character model to sort of catch up with that, where it's pointing the gun forward and then shooting, right? But I think all that time it is shooting projectiles. Can't naturally lower weapons in any of the Master Chief Collection games. See, people ask me why I don't use Master Chief Collection for Machinima. That's one of the reasons, and that is a fucking huge reason. If you can't lower weapons, dude, no. That's it. I'm not using it. Like, somebody sent me a message recently where it's just like, well, here's a solution to X, Y, and Z problem, but the weapon lowering, that's a thing. That's a whole other issue. And I'm like, yeah, it ends there. If I can't lower the fucking weapons, I'm not using it. Do you know how fucking stupid it looks when you have characters on screen talking to each other and they're pointing assault rifles at each other's fucking faces? Like, imagine I was talking to you right now and I was pointing a fucking pistol in your face like this, like, hey, how's it going? What's up, dude? It's so dumb. So that's such a huge factor in what I use to make movies, you know? And then in Halo 3, you can do it, right? Or like Halo 3 on the 360. Because I guess in Master Chief Collection, it doesn't even let you do it. Oh, wait. Okay. Somebody's saying you can weapon lower with original button combos. Okay, yeah. So the original button combination in Halo 3, I don't know if you have to be offline, but in the Halo 3 vanilla version of Xbox 360, what you do if you're playing multiplayer and you want to you want your avatar to lower their weapon, and it'll appear that way in theater mode, is you hold X and B down on the D-pad and you click in the right stick. And you hold that for like 2 seconds or something like that, and then it'll lower. I don't think there's I'm not sure if there's like an animation for like you see it lowering, but your weapon at the very least will all of a sudden disappear. And then you know, like, okay, I've activated the thing. And then when I look at this in theater mode, it's going to look like an alert carry where it's just like he's holding the weapon at his waist, right? Or whoever. So if I can't do that when I'm making machinima, it's like there's no point. I have to be able to do that. But apparently some people are saying you can actually do that in the Master Chief Collection games. But that's not the only issue. There's a number of other factors, such as, can you do split screen on offline multiplayer? And you can do offline split screen in the 360, and you can do it for at least some, if not all, Master Chief Collection games on the Xbox One version. So I don't think it had I think you can play it on the Xbox Series X. I'm not sure about that. But I think it was officially released for Xbox One. And I imagine you could probably put that Xbox One disc into an Xbox Series X and then play that game, but I'm not sure. I don't know if it has backwards compatibility to that degree. I'm not sure about that. But I need to have offline 4-player split screen to do what I do. And the PC version of Master Chief Collection doesn't allow for that. If you want to play multiplayer on the PC version of whatever game is in the Master Chief Collection, if I were to use that for Machinima, I couldn't do it with just 4 controllers plugged into my PC. I would need to have 4 separate individual Xbox Live profiles set up, paid for, and logged in, joining the same lobby. Which means not only do I need 4 separate Xbox Live accounts, but also 4 separate systems, PCs, with the game installed, right? And then I have to control all 4 of those simultaneously and have them just around me in immediate control where I can control them in some way. I mean, theoretically, it's possible. I could have fucking 4 Xbox Live accounts, 4 PCs, and then a controller coming out of each of them where it's just like, okay, here's the 4 controllers. I can control each profile. But like, that's a lot of money to spend, and it's a lot of hardware to surround yourself with. So I would rather go with the option that gives me 1 console with 4 controllers plugged into it, and then because it's 360, because it's archaic hardware, I can very easily mod a character profile to have all the armors unlocked, and then I don't have to grind for all the fucking unlockables, right? So there's people who are sort of baffled by the idea that I'm still using Xbox 360 Reach for my Machinima projects, and I'm just like, it's still the best option to me because I've thought about all these factors, and that's still the best option to me based on not only ease of use, but also the assets that are available to me, including armor, permutations, aesthetic, the map variety, the fact you can play aliens, the armor variety that's offered specifically on the alien half of it. So Halo Reach on 360 is still the best option for me, and it outputs via HDMI 1080p because I don't want to work with 4K. I don't think I need to, because a lot of shit is still output in 1080p and it looks fine. People think I'm fucking old school and just like stuck in my ways, and I refuse to move on with the times, but like, I maintain that like, just, you guys don't get it. There's a lot of factors at play, and I'm making a carefully evaluated decision to go with the game that I'm going with, okay? But all that said, I mean, outside of the machinima making process, I'm quite impressed with what you're able to do here with the Master Chief Collection in terms of modding. I mean, this wedding mod, I'm really impressed with. But I imagine there's gonna be obstacles if I were to try to make a movie with this, right? Just use MCC. Have you not listened to a fucking word I've said? I'm sorry, but holy shit, okay? Master Chief Collection on the PC doesn't let you do split screen offline, okay? Or online. I mean, split screen only applies to offline anyway, right? Because you're splitting the screen between up to 4 players next to you, sitting with you in the same room, right? Use MCC on PC with controllers. MCC, Master Chief Collection on PC, doesn't let you do split screen. Okay? Do you get that? I'm serious, okay? Master Chief Collection on Xbox One does let you do split screen. This is where maybe the confusion is coming from, okay? Which I respect. That's fine. But you gotta listen to me. If you play Master Chief Collection on PC, it will not let you do offline split screen. If you want to have 4 players in one offline session, I don't even think it lets you do offline. It may let you connect to other systems on a LAN, where you're all on a local network, but like you can't do 4 players on one PC system. That's what I'm getting at. They are trolling each. Okay, I should have figured. Everyone's trying to troll me. I'm in my little zone right now where I'm talking about something I really care about and I know a lot about, and then people are fucking with me, and then I don't pick up on it, and then other people are like, "Are you fucking stupid?" I gotta just chill sometimes, you know? I get too worked up sometimes, and I gotta... People like to fuck with me. And I get it. Let's finish this playthrough of the mod, okay? So we've blown up the place, and now we're gonna shoot this guy.
Let's get to find out.
And now, we're gonna confirm right now if it's timer-based. Because right now, I've fulfilled the winning condition. I've killed everybody. And I don't think I can kill Arbiter. I mean, I could have tried, but I gather because Arbiter's avatar is categorized as a friendly, I don't think it will let me shoot if I've got my reticule over Arbiter. Let's try. Oh, see, I can shoot, but the bullets pass right through the avatar, so the hits don't even register, right? So he obviously... And no, you can't kill Arbiter, he's invincible. Okay, so either he's categorized as a friendly, and that's why I can't kill him, or Dirksteel has gone out of his way to make the character invincible, like he's just given him either infinite health points, or the bullets are contacting with him, but they don't do any damage. So that's there's multiple ways to achieve invulnerability for like a character, right? So as soon as all the other characters are dead, that starts a timer. I'm guessing in milliseconds or hundredths of a second or something like that, where it's just like a number of an integer value that counts down from some value to 0 across a period of time. However many, like there's per frame, there would be an increment to like how much that number is detracted from, right? So if it's like if the game runs at like 60 frames per second, it's gonna take X amount of time for the game to end. But then if the game actually ran 120 frames per second, that time would actually pass further, because the increment, or the decrement more accurately, is operating faster because it's sending that instruction to the CPU more frequently, right? Across the same amount of time in real time, or in real lifetime, I should say. 1 frame passes or something like that. Okay, it's frame based. Okay, so it might not even be. It's not even a decreasing number. It's just the number of frames. If X amount of frames have passed, that's cool. See, this is cool. I'm pitching what I think is happening, and then you're telling me how it's actually going down on a programming level, and I think I get it. So I'm learning how this shit works. This is cool. Yeah, it's 30 frames per second, and sleep 30 equals 1 second, so it's frame based. Okay. Right, so it assumes that the game is running at 30 frames per second? But I mean, I think this game is running faster than 30 frames per second. Like this is probably running at least double that on my system right now. Basically, even though Halo 3 runs at 60 frames per second on Master Chief Collection, right? So if you program something that's tied to the frame rate on a game that's based on that runs at 30 frames per second, when you run the game all of a sudden on a system that runs at 60 frames per second, that same function is going to run in half the amount of time. It's going to take half the amount of time to reach the whatever the conclusion of the function is, right? I don't question it. It just works. Trademark. Dude, do you know how much of an issue that has been? Like games that are where the code takes into account the fact that that game that the code is written for is always going to run at 30 frames per second. And then all of a sudden, as the years go by, this updated hardware comes out that can run games at higher rates of frames per second. And then the same game is released for those updated systems. And all of a sudden, you have old games running at double the frame rate that have code that is written based on the idea that it is always going to run at 30 frames per second. And so that fucks up the code, right? Perfect example is GTA 4. There's a mission in that game, I think it's the last mission, where it expects you to mash A, and the A mashing, the success or failure of the A mashing is tied to the game running specifically at 30 frames per second. But then obviously, then the PC version came out, and that was running at a higher frame rate. So the game, I think it would have been patched by now, but originally it expected you to mash the button in accordance with the game running at 30 frames per second. But then all of a sudden, now that it's running at double the frame rate, you have to mash the button twice as fast. And it's not physically possible to fucking do that. Unless you're fucking, I don't know, unless you're smoking crack. You're not going to be able to mash the button that fast, so you're going to repeatedly fail, right? So like you have to patch the game where either you increase the interval between button presses or you tie it to something else where it's not frame rate, right? Where it's just based on like a set amount of time to pass. I don't know. Anyway, hopefully this is all coming across as rambling. I'm getting sort of carried away here. I hope you guys are managing to follow me, or at very least, I hope I'm managing to be entertaining and I'm not boring people. But like, programming is a very complicated thing. But anyway, so we've done the thing in the wedding here. And I'm not even going to move, and yeah, cut to black because it's timer-based, right?
What the hell was that?
One kick-ass wedding.
I mean, you guys are gamers. I imagine you guys have at least some interest in how all this shit works, right? And it all comes down to programming and what specific instructions line by line are sent to a processor, right? And that's the shit I'm learning right now. Anyway, I don't think I need to reload the mod again. I think I've played it enough times. And Dirk Steele, I hope I'm not trying to like be funny when I'm pronouncing your username. I'm actually just trying to pronounce it accurately. Dirk Steele, I love that you made this thing. And I had a whale of a time playing through it. So thank you for taking the time to make that. It's very cool to see someone cares about my work that much, where they're willing to make something like that and just get it so accurately, to sort of portray it so accurately on a crazy level of detail, you know? It's very cool to see that. And I appreciate the work that you put into this, so thank you. And I'm very happy that you're here to sort of inform me on your process, and also the audience on your process of of making this. So, thanks a lot, man. I mean, really, it brought me back to my old gaming days of, like, gaming in the 90s, man. Like, the FMV stuff. I'm serious, man. Like, fuck. I was just like... I was blown away, because it's just like what you did to sort of optimize video files for the sake of file size. That's exactly what developers back in the 90s would have done to accomplish exactly the same thing. And so that's why I think it's reminded me so much of gaming back in the 90s on the Sega CD in particular. So, yeah. Hold on, let me just, let me transition to this. Now we're on webcam mode. And thanks again, Darksteel. I really appreciate everything you've done. This was very cool to play. I'm just gonna scroll through some of the regular chat. I'd fry my brain trying to figure it out. Dude, you made it. I mean, my brain is the one that should be fried trying to understand what you did here. Bungie is known for two things, masterpieces and spaghetti code. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, I wonder if that's like... Do you think the spaghetti code is in reference to like what they're doing now with like Destiny and stuff like that? Like all the non-Halo properties they're doing? I don't know what they're doing now, because I think like they had their deal with Microsoft, and then they went with Activision to do what, Destiny? I think Destiny was an Activision property. But then their deal ended with Activision, didn't it? And then I heard they popped champagne when their deal with Activision ended because they were so happy to be like done with them. And now they're doing... Are they still doing Destiny? It seems like it, isn't it? Like, because they're still doing DLC for Destiny 2, aren't they? So is that still under Activision? Sorry, Activision? Or are they done with Activision now? I'm not actually sure. Blamite, which is Halo's custom code language, is 90% spaghetti. I just work here. Interesting. So Blamite is Halo's proprietary, like, Halo mod-making programming language. Because I'm familiar with the idea of like different software having their own proprietary languages, like Game Maker Studio has their own language, but I think you can use other more ubiquitous languages like C or C++ with it if you wanted. But it'll have a sort of proprietary language if you want to use it just for the sake of ease of use, because for some people who are new to programming, it's a little bit easier than learning something like C or C++ from scratch. I haven't heard of Blamite before, but that's interesting. So that's what Halo uses for its own like mod building, I guess. Why is it spaghetti? I think it's something to do with like... fucking hell. I knew what spaghetti code was, and then I forget it now. I'm gonna look this up because I'm curious myself. Spaghetti code is a pejorative phrase for unstructured and difficult to maintain source code. Spaghetti code can be caused by several factors such as volatile project requirements, lack of programming style rules, and software engineers with insufficient ability or experience. Okay, yeah. So I kind of got the gist of it, where like, so like if you're dividing programming tasks among like a team of people, where it's like one person does a bit of programming and then hands it off to another person, and it's just like, here, modify this script for me, and then they have to look at what you've done, and then there's no comments being used to identify what each chunk of code actually functionally does, or the variable names are off, where you don't know what variable applies to what and then what function. It's just a mess of like letters and numbers and letters being assigned to numbers. And you're just like, you're reading it and you're like, what the fuck does this even do? And then there's a lack of portability where it's just like, it's coded in such a way where it's not modular. Like I can't map this onto a different chunk of code that somebody else in the team has written. I guess that would be spaghetti code, right? Where it's just the whole thing is a mess. It's just the idea of spaghetti, right? It's just noodles interacting with noodles like this, where it's just like, you look at it and it's just like, I don't even know what to make of this, right? Yeah. Halo is all spaghetti code. I don't know about that. I mean, I haven't looked at the source code for the original Halo games, but like, I mean, I gather it probably would have been written in C or C++, or probably C++. Can't kill Arbiter, he's invincible. Right, yeah. Infinite health points. Okay, right. So that's interesting, right? Because like like I was saying before, there's different ways to achieve invulnerability for a player or an NPC, right? Where it's just like you can have it so the weapon doesn't actually launch any projectiles. There's no chance of damage being dealt. But then alternatively, you can have a bullet being shot and it will collide with the player, but it won't deal any damage because you program the bullets to deal 0 damage, right? So that's one way of doing it. Or another way of doing it is that you have the bullet launch, collides with the player, deals damage, but there's some code associated with the player node, the player being the person that the bullet is colliding with, where it's saying, no, negate that damage. We register that this damage is incoming, but then we have a bit of code that says, no, we're going to nullify that to 0, right? Or we're just going to, if health reaches some value below 100, reset it back to 100, and that code gets executed every frame, right? So there's a number of ways you can go about that. And that's sort of one of the interesting things about programming, is there's so many ways to go about like a singular objective. Halo 3 runs at 60 FPS on MCC. Yeah, I gathered that much. Yeah, it looks like that. Let's go to, actually, I'm just going to scroll through the regular chat and see if there's anything interesting. Reminds me when Fallout 76 didn't account for higher end systems, so people with high FPX actually could move faster in game than those of lower frame rates. Lol. Right, yeah. Because if you tie certain functionality to the frame rate, all of a sudden when you're running the same game on different hardware that's more powerful, that can afford, in terms of hardware, to run the game at an increased amount of frames per second, that changes the way the code fundamentally operates, right? So ideally, nowadays you want to code your games where it's not tied to the frame rate, because you don't know nowadays what hardware people are running something on. Like if you're playing a Switch game, for instance, it's probably going to run at 30 or sub 30 frames per second. But then it'll probably be a multi-platform release where you can play the same thing on PC at 60 frames per second at least, or more than that. And if you've written code that is tied to the frame rate, that's going to radically change the way the game operates. So you can't have it tied to the frame rate anymore. Because hardware can sort of, everything's made to sort of scale now based on what hardware that you're running the games on, right? So like you can't write code for games based on a concrete frame rate anymore, because the frame rate isn't always concrete. You don't know what frame rate people are running the game at home based on their own hardware configuration. This is even an issue with games coming out. Resident Evil 2 Remake had the damage tied to frame rate, so if you got the frames per second real high, you could cheese everything with knife. Right? Exactly. Because if you're using the knife in Resident Evil 2, right? If you do like a knife attack, right? On it, let's say an enemy's here in Resident Evil 2, right? And you do a knife attack, the knife mesh goes through the character mesh. If you're running the game at 30 frames per second, right? There's going to be a frame here where it deals damage, and then a frame here, and then maybe one more frame, and then that's it. And so if the damage applied to the knife is, say, 10, that'll deal 30 points of damage across those frames, right? But all of a sudden, if you're running the game at a higher frame rate on higher end hardware, you're going to have an increased amount of frames where the knife is in collision with the enemy mesh, right? So it's just like 10 points of damage dealt here, and then 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 finally the knife leaves the mesh for the enemy, and then you've dealt like tenfold amount of damage purely based on the amount of frames that the game is running per second, right? So you can't tie things to the frame rate because everything is made to scale up or down now, or it should be made to scale up or down, and the code should ideally be implemented in such a way where it's not using things like frame rate to determine how much damage should be dealt to something, or how much whatever, not just damage, but a multitude of values that sort of affect another entity in the game in some way. You don't want frame rate to be a factor anymore, because it's not always for sure what frame rate a game is going to run at. So that's a really good point. The thought had occurred to me myself before, in particular regard to Resident Evil 2, because that's how I cheesed one of the fucking boss fights. Well, I imagine it'd be a number of bosses, but like, yeah, if you use the knife as opposed to shooting a projectile weapon like bullets, if you use a knife, there's a greater amount of frames where your damage dealing object is in contact with the enemy mesh, much more so, many more fold than a bullet projectile shot from a gun, right? So it's interesting. In Halo Reach on Master Chief Collection, because the game runs at a higher frame rate, the enemies actually shoot faster, making Legendary incredibly difficult. Yeah, I mean, a lot of older games, you run them on new hardware, they haven't taken into account on a programming level the fact that this is going to be eventually run on higher end hardware. So that changes the code. And then it changes the playability of the game itself, right? Whether or not you can actually accomplish it or not. Like, in some cases, it's impossible to beat the game now because it's running at a higher rate of frames per second. I still don't understand why you can't just play Master Chief Collection on PC. You can play Master Chief Collection on PC. I'm not saying you can't play it. But when it comes to when I'm trying to make movies with it, I need to be able to have a number of things. One of them is 4 players offline split screen. If I can't have that, the deal's off. I don't want to use it. And Master Chief Collection on PC doesn't let you have split screen offline. You can't connect 4 controllers to one PC and split the screen up, where you're operating 4 individual avatars in a single instance. That doesn't work like that. I wish it did, but it doesn't. Are you into Blender or Unreal or anything? I've made shit in Blender. I like Blender. I actually made a bunch of assets for MediaBus in Blender, but I never ended up using them because it was just There's just the need didn't arise to like use them. Like, it just wasn't practical. There's a lot of wasted time, but I mean, it sucks, but like, I did at least learn a bit about how Blender works and how to build stuff. And I will eventually use Blender for making games, because I do eventually want to make a video game. So yeah, you now have officially seen everything. You have been a good host. Oh, thank you very much. Well, thank you for making the mod, Darksteel. I really appreciate it. I don't know if you're still here, maybe, but thank you for that. John, once you go down the rabbit hole of learning how this stuff works, your hunger will never be sated. I wonder if sated is the word there, or satiated. You will forever be fascinated by how games do things and be amazed at what devs can accomplish. Oh, I think I understand the depth of it. Maybe not entirely, but like, I suspect that I have a better idea of what's involved than you're giving me credit for, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. They fired O'Donnell years ago and then fired Salvatore recently. Oh yeah, that whole, like, that's so weird to me. Man, Marty O'Donnell did such a fucking good job with the music. And then Salvatore, I guess, I don't know where he picked up. Was it Halo 4 or Halo 5 that he started doing the music for it? I don't know exactly, but like, I mean, if I heard examples of Salvatore's music, I'd probably like it. But I'm not sure where the line is between O'Donnell's work and Salvatore's work. But like, the work that Marty O'Donnell did, I think, is fantastic. I mean, not just like the music itself, but like cooperating with the campaign designers, where it's just like, let's look at this cutscene, right? And then it's just, or the gameplay, not even just the cutscenes and gameplay, where Marty would be like, okay, wouldn't it be so cool if like the player entered a trigger volume here, and then this music cue starts, right? To sort of score this specific thing that's happening in the video game, you know? Like, I think he had a very, like, he had an understanding of video games that I don't think a lot of composers would. Like, if you ask John Williams, for example, to score a video game, like, John Williams is obviously amazing at what he does musically, but he probably doesn't really understand a lot about how video games work technically. So, I mean, you could probably take the time to make him understand, like, we're going to have like an invisible volume here. If the player collides with it, then it's going to trigger this audio file. And then he might be able to go like, okay, wouldn't it be cool if this music file played in accordance with what the player is doing at this moment in time? But I think Marty just seemed to get it pretty quickly and just be like, okay, I know what you guys are doing. Here's the perfect piece of music to sort of accompany that thing that the player is doing. And then, yeah, I think Marty was really skilled in that regard. Like, not only a great composer, but just he understood video games too. And just knowing when to throw music in, whether it was a cutscene or not, you know? And I did look at what happened with Marty overall, but like, I forget a lot of the details. But the gist that I gather is that he was just screwed over by Bungie. I don't know why exactly. Maybe he signed an NDA where he's not allowed to go into detail of it, but they just sort of, I don't know, man. He did such a good job for them. It's just like, why the fuck? Why would you let that guy go? You know? I don't know what's going on there. I know zero Destiny players just not played very often anymore, it seems. Well, I mean, I'm not a fan of Destiny, really. I mean, I played a little bit of the first one, and I was kind of unimpressed with how fetch questy it was. It's like, oh, go get this thing. Okay, you got the thing. Here's the next thing that you got to get. And I was just like, I found it memorably uncompelling. Or I just wasn't like, I wasn't hooked on a narrative level onto like what was going on in the story. I don't remember feeling that with Halo. With Halo, I was just like Halo 1 in particular. I was just like, oh my God, like, where's this going? This is cool. You know? Maybe I'm not giving enough credit to Destiny. I don't know. There are some baller mods for a Master Chief Collection out there. Huge Grass has flyable long swords and drivable scarabs. Halo 3 New Covenant is a custom campaign. The dig site stuff, it's a really good time to play Master Chief Collection. Yeah, I mean, that's so cool, man. That the Master Chief Collection is sort of, well, 343 and that game have sort of opened themselves up to mod, to community contribution, almost in a way that rivals like Valve, you know, with Half-Life, where it's just like, yeah, give us the best you got, and we might even buy the property if it's good enough. I think that applies in the case of Counter-Strike, right? Which started off as like a Half-Life 1 multiplayer mod, and then they just like bought it from the guy, whoever made it, and then made it into its own thing. So yeah, I've been impressed with some of the stuff I've seen just on the custom games browser on Halo Combat Master Chief Collection. That's what I mean. This entire video is also going on the Steam Workshop page for the Wedding Crashers page, by the way. How long have we been streaming? Almost 3 hours? You're gonna put this whole fucking thing on there? It's a lot of material. Anyone ever seen Skyrim above 60 frames per second? The opening cart scene, you're just flying around freaking out. So that's interesting, right? Like a cutscene can be programmed to function based on the frames per second not operating at over a certain set value, right? In that case, I guess 60. Where all of a sudden, if the game is running at like 70 or 80 frames per second, the game starts operating in an unpredictable way. And you don't want that. He started with Halo 2. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Or, not interesting. Familiar. That's what I meant to say. Because I remember that name from the cover of like the Halo 2 soundtrack images. Halo 2 soundtrack was great, man. I mean, they were all good, but like Halo 2 in particular, I really enjoyed. O'Donnell and Salvatore's work on Halo Combat Evolved was masterful. Oh, so they both worked on the first game. Fuck, I should have known that. Why didn't I know that? Yeah, those early Halo games, just purely in terms of the score, were really well done. Yeah, that's fair enough. You do seem to have a better understanding of for what's going on code-wise. A lot of code, to me, is still moon ruins for me. Models and visual effects, though, fascinate me. Yeah, I mean, they're different. They're forks in the road, right? Because like if you sort of go down the road of game dev, there's all these different sub roads where it's just like, do I want to go into programming or like modeling characters or modeling environments? So I think modeling characters is harder than modeling environments. So like they're almost different paths, in my opinion. And then like texturing and shaders, I guess you could put into different paths maybe, but like I would say a more broader path is like audio design. And that's obviously, and then beyond just sound design is like music. That I think that's a path on its own, right? where I think that's the road guys like Marty went down. Where she's like, I'm gonna make music for this video game, and then like maybe I can offer advice to the sound designers, but like they sort of do their own thing. Where like sound design for a video game is making sure all the weapons sound good, and like just making you believe on a level of pure audio that you're actually in the space that you are in, operating the things that you're operating with, and interacting with certain things that make certain noises. Like you believe that you're there just purely on a level of like what you're hearing. I lost my place in the chat. Sorry about that, guys. I'm gonna take another pee break. Sorry, because I gotta pee. But I'm gonna be back in a couple minutes. I'm gonna look at the rest of the regular chat, and I'm gonna go over the rest of the super chats. Okay, so don't go away. I'll be right back. Okay, I really gotta pee. Sorry, guys. Hello. Can you guys see me? Can you guys hear me? Hopefully this is working okay. Thanks for waiting. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to hear that they, I don't know what the fuck's going on with... Was O'Donnell just doing Halo? Like when, because Marty was working with Bungie, right? And then Bungie went with Activision. Was Marty O'Donnell still working with Bungie to make music for Destiny? Or was he doing his own thing at that point? Or did he go with 343 to keep making music for 343's Halo games? It sounds from what I've read and heard that he was mistreated by, I don't know whether it was Bungie specifically or maybe Bungie and 343 to some degree. From what I've observed, at least just Bungie. But I mean, I don't know how much better that guy could have. I mean, he was doing great work. And then he was just apparently screwed over, and it's just like, what else can you do but your best? And then all of a sudden you get fucked over like that. I'm not even sure how exactly he got fucked over. That's what I heard. I don't know. John, you should watch the video on Valve's source code comments. It's hilarious. Valve's source code comments, like code for their source engine. I don't know what you're referring to, or what the comments are referring to. I had a similar issue with emulating the Lost World arcade. The Raptors would be running at the speed of light because OPF, the frames being high. Yeah, I mean, again, you can't write code with a specific expectation of what the FPS is going to be because everybody's hardware is different now. $123 likes. Hey, look at that. Is he still going on about postmodernism? Oh, for God's sake. Let it die. He left to make music for that family shows everyone watches. Family shows? I don't know. I don't know what that is. Speaking of postmodernism, who else in here is depressed? 30 years old, money is okay, not rich but not struggling. I just bought a Tesla Model 3, but man, I've been feeling lonely. I need a GF or wife. Man, if you're not struggling, I think you should consider yourself lucky, honestly. That's the mindset I have. I'm not struggling. I'm not rich, but like I'm in the same place as you, where it's just like, you know, I like my movies, my video games, occasional hardware upgrades, but like I don't need vacations. I don't need a fancy car. I don't need a fucking fancy boat ride or anything like that. Like, you know, I like my art. And I like to ingest new art as it comes out. You know, if I think that it's really good, or it's positively reviewed or whatever. And for most people on the earth, life is a struggle. I mean, there's people on earth who are like, they don't know where their next meal is coming from, or if their house is gonna get fucking bombed or something. You know, like. Some people are in a terrible predicament. So I think if you're comfortable, if you're earning some kind of living, if you're saving some amount of money every month, even if it's not a extravagant lifestyle, you should consider yourself lucky. I mean, I'm grateful for what I have, and I try and remind myself to count my blessings, you know, be grateful for what I have. And, you know, I keep getting to make my own shit and put it out and have complete creative control over what I put out. And then people let me know what they think. And I find that very invigorating to have that, you know, for people to let me know what they think of a thing that I specifically made. And I don't really want to be doing much else, to be honest. Can't really think of anything. I mean, I'd like to make a movie with people I respect, you know. But I'd sooner make a video game over a movie, just because when you make a movie, immediately that's like shooting on location, night shoots. You need to have a team of people. Actors, you need to be able to deal with all of those people. Like, the benefit of game development, as isolating as it is, you are just sort of dealing with yourself and your own mind and your own knowledge, and You can do everything yourself, basically, if you put enough work into it. I kind of like that about game dev, to be honest, because I have sort of adapted to operating on my own. Just because content creation is sort of demanded that of me over the years, where I don't have a lot of, especially when I was working for Machinima, I didn't have a lot of time, or any time really, to go out and hang out and, you know, spend a day fucking around with other people, friends, whatever. Like, as soon as a video was uploaded, I needed to get to work on the next thing, you know? So, if you're comfortable and saving a little bit of money at least, I think you should be grateful for that. And just try and count your blessings when you can. And if you're still not satisfied with where you are in life, I mean, just, I guess, assess your audience, figure out what they want from you, and try to offer a better product if possible. I mean, people like, I've spent so much time making Arby and the Chief, and then I finished season 8, and I think people were mostly happy with it. And then it's just like, what's your next thing? And my next thing is Hard Justice, and I'm working on that right now. And I've made actually a lot of progress on that just in the past few days alone. I've made a lot of progress on that. Just fleshing out my outline. Like, I have an outline for the first episode, like, very concretely done. The dialogue's not done, but in terms of like all the beats and character positions and the visuals, that's all completely outlined. And then I just got to work out for episode 1 exactly the lines that are said. And then after that's done, I'll have a script for episode 1 of Hard Justice completely done. I'm almost at that point with episode 2. And then I think there's going to be 5 episodes altogether. 5, maybe between 4 and 6 episodes, I think, is my estimate right now, based on the length of each episode and how many chapters are in each episode. Because that's sort of the structure I have right now. It's like I've split the entire story up into chapters, sort of like a Tarantino movie. Like, if you remember stuff like Inglourious Bastards, there'd be like a fade to black and a chapter title fades in, fades out, and then you cut to the scene that follows. That's sort of what I'm going for with Hard Justice, where each episode is at least 3 chapters. So an episode might be 3 chapters or 4 or 5, between 3 and 5. And that's sort of what I'm going for. And I have like the first episode almost completely done. I just need to like flesh out the dialogue a bit more. And now every day I have a routine. So I get up in the morning, I have breakfast, I read a chapter, at least one chapter of one of my computer science books. Today I just finished an entire book on the programming language C. And then I'm moving now onto another book about C++, specifically in the context of game programming. So I do a chapter of some book that I'm reading. And then I write at least one chapter of Hard Justice. Or like I work significantly on one chapter of my Hard Justice season 1 story that I'm working on. I get like one chapter sort of finalized in terms of the characters present in the scene and all their individual character positions. And then what is happening in the scene in terms of goals. But then the dialogue is going to be a separate phase once I've sort of gone through another pass through the whole thing of establishing like these are all the scenes, these are the characters that are present in each scene. Here's where a character enters the scene. Here's where a character leaves. And then within that, here's all the beats of like what happens, what those characters do, right? It's like this character does this character does that. And then the idea is to have that thought through on a visual level to the maximum degree. And then I go to dialogue, and then it's just like, what would this guy say? This. And then if that changes anything in terms of plot, I go back to the plot and sort of rework that a little bit, and then go back to the dialogue writing again. So, I'm just picking away at that every morning. And hopefully within the next couple weeks, I think I'll have the whole season outlined on a visual layer, on a visual level. And then I'm just going to go through it in terms of dialogue as sort of a separate phase, and then rework the visuals if I need to, and then go back to the dialogue. Because sometimes when you're writing dialogue, the characters sort of take you in an unexpected direction, and then you sort of have to rework your visual plan, where it's just like, okay, well, this shot doesn't work anymore in accordance with this dialogue that I've just written, which feels natural to me. So I want to adhere to it, but I have to change the visuals on some level. So I'll rework that, and then I'll go to the dialogue and keep working on that. And then when I feel both layers are done, then I'll sort of shuffle them together like two decks of cards, basically. And then it's just like, there's my completed screenplay, and I can shoot based off of that. But I would need to write special drafts or sides of the script so I can have documents to send actors who are willing to perform voices for the show, which I haven't announced yet. I haven't opened up auditions for Hard Justice yet, but I will once I feel like my writing process is in a stage where I can give people finalized material where, like, this is the script, right? I'm not going to need to change this because I've thought about it to such a degree that there's no chance that I'm going to need to like come to you to re-record any lines, because these are the lines, okay? This is what's going to be in the final product, right? So I want to get as much as I can done on a writing level before I even get to that stage. So that's where I am with Hard Justice. I'm just picking at it every morning. So I read up a chapter of whatever book I'm reading. I work on at least a chapter of Hard Justice. And then I do my computer errands just daily, and then I exercise a little bit. And then I stream if I've got some time in the evening still, like I'm doing today. And then after I'm done streaming tonight, it's already 8:30. Holy fuck. I might just throw on a movie after this and just chill. I've done a lot today. I don't know, it depends how I feel. Sometimes I'm in the mood to just get more work done. But I feel like after this I'm kind of tired, and I might just throw on a movie. But anyway, I'm not quite there yet because we still have some super chats to get to. I forget what the fuck I was even talking about. I was just talking about my daily routine there, but I don't even know where. I don't know where that originated from. So but anyway, that's it's a bit of my daily process for you. Maybe that'll be useful or interesting to some people. So I'm just going through the chat here. Game music gets particularly difficult with dynamic music and integrating the programs for that, like WYs and the engine itself, but film music also has its specific issues and formulas for timing. Yeah, I mean, I think they both have their own degrees of difficulty, and they both have unique sort of sets of problems. Um, I will pee with you, John. You'll pee with me. You're gonna come into my bathroom and pee alongside me. So my aunt still makes fun of me because when I was 13 and when I went to visit her in Vancouver, I talked nonstop about trying to go out and meet John CJG or Digital Fear. I'm 28. Oh my god. My aunt still makes fun of me. I'm trying to remember what that makes me think of. Napoleon Dynamite, maybe? Or his grandma is just making fun of him. Or maybe that South Park episode where whose grandma is it? Butter's grandma is just like constantly ripping on him like a bully. Yeah, don't try to meet me, okay? Man, I'm 25, never had a girlfriend, pretty much no friends, being lonely is super normal now in this cyberpunk dystopia we're like a day away from. Yeah, people are lonely, man. I mean, I've learned over the years to adapt to it, so it's not as hard on me as some other people. I just work on my shit. Honestly, Job, thank you. I don't know why, but hearing it from you helps. Well, you're welcome. If I can offer some comfort, that's cool with me, man. Just don't feel bad about being alone, man. Just try and get something done. You know, find a project and then release it online. See if you can make something out of that, you know. Because that's the way media is going. I mean, everything's online now. He did Destiny music. Oh, that's interesting. So Marty O'Donnell would have done music for Destiny, I guess. As a creative artist, what do you think of NPC live streams? Oh, like VTubing? I find it kind of cringe, to be honest. Is that an L take? I don't know. I can't help but find it cringe. Just like if you don't want to show your face, fine. I mean, have just like a still image or, you know, a little cartoon drawing or whatever the fuck thing that you want to have in substitute of an actual image of your face. But like the VTubing thing, I mean, because it's always anime chicks that they use, right? For the most part. And then you have a lot of people watching those types of streams where it's just like, oh my god, that's my waifu. My waifu. You know? And it's probably a guy doing the motions that sort of map onto a digital avatar where it's just like, my eyes are open, so the avatar's eyes are open. My mouth's doing this thing. Or like performing these phonemes. Like A-E-I-O-U and then the consonants. So it's like that's what the avatar is doing. And you like even if you're like an overweight guy, you can just make it seem like you're this anime chick. And then people are like interacting with you and sending you like donations and stuff purely based on the idea that you are like actually a chick who looks something like the anime avatar. And I don't know, I hate that. I hate the deception involved there. And it's just like, if you're gonna go down the VTubing route, why don't you just have like a still image to represent you, or like a still drawing or whatever. What does it have to be, like an animated avatar of the opposite sex? Like, why can't it accurately reflect you? Like, why can't you use a male avatar? Because you probably know that's going to make less money for you. You know? Like, there's something weird about it that I just can't take seriously, you know? But I read a stat somewhere, I don't know if it's bullshit or not, but more people are interacting with VTubers now than actual human beings. Like the way I'm a human being right now on camera interacting with you guys, people are interacting with animated VTubers more so than this sort of thing. And it's just like, anybody can be whatever they decide to be represented as in terms of animated avatars. So, like, I just feel like that's just going to eventually take over completely. Unless people broadly come to a realization where it's like, we want to be interacting with real things. I don't know. Marty has said in his own channel, if I remember, that he was down to keep working with Bungie, but they never called or something like that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was just a money thing where they didn't want to pay him as much anymore. Or Microsoft was just like, Marty's asking for this much money now, but if we went for it with a new composer, they would ask for some degree less amount of money, so let's just go that way. And then everyone was just like, oh, sorry, Marty, but we gotta let you go. And it's just like, why? I don't know what's going on. I just think, like, Marty O'Donnell is so talented that he should still be working on Halo music, and he's not for some reason. I would also love to see John do something live action one day. Would be interesting. I would happily make a live action movie, but like I said, I would sooner work on my own video game than a live action movie. But like, man, with the right people, like, making movies fucking sucks, okay? It really sucks when you're on set and you're fucking tired and you got all these people to look after and make sure, like, emotionally they're in the right place to sort of give you what you want as a director. Like, that's a big responsibility, but like with the right team of people, that can actually be a really pleasant experience, even though it's kind of like being in the trenches. I'm not actually comparing it to like being in a war, but like figuratively speaking on some level, you're in the muck with these people that you really respect and get along with well. Then despite how hard the process is, it can actually be fun and rewarding. So there are certain circumstances where, like, with the right people, I would quite happily make a feature-length movie or even just a short film. And it would probably be a horror movie too, because that's sort of the genre that I'm most inclined towards. Is Hard Justice going to be a one-season self-contained story? I'm looking forward to seeing it. Yes. I have an entire season of Hard Justice that's designed to be one coherent story that builds up to this huge thing. So, yeah. They're not just like, you know, they're not just like, it's not like Arby and the Chief Bites, where it's just like, here's this dumb, funny episode. Haha. Okay, here's the next dumb, funny episode. Like, the way I'm writing Hard Justice, I'm actually building up to something that I think is really important. Like, I don't want to, like, I mean, it is a dumb machinima, but like, I'm actually trying to tell a story here with some proper themes. And it does build up to, I think, a satisfying finale where it has something important to say. And so it would be probably 4 or 5 episodes that build up to this finale. And then that would be the entirety of like one season. And I'm trying to write all those episodes. I'm trying to at least get them outlined very firmly all at once. And then I'll start writing dialogue for the episodes. And then at that point, I think I'll start producing episodes one by one. But yeah. Welcome to the Dystopia cast with with John Graham. Well, I don't feel that great about the future, okay? That's just me, though. Maybe you guys feel differently. But, like, I don't know. I don't feel great about where things are going overall. Maybe I'm wrong. Things could take a huge left turn, but, like, I guess I am sort of a doomer in that regard. I'm that guy in the meme with the toque and the fucking cigarette. If I recall correctly, I believe Marty has said before that he's not really interested in doing Halo music anymore and that he's fine with moving on to other things. If that's true, good for him, man. I mean, whatever he wants to do. I thought his work on Halo was terrific, but if he's found a place doing something else that he really enjoys, then all power to him. I remember hearing him complaining about like the way he was treated when he was working with Bungie and whatever. So I wonder like why does he feel that way? What exactly happened where he wasn't treated fairly or compensated fairly or whatever? Where are things going, Job? I don't know. I feel like, I mean, in Canada, our fucking economy feels like it's collapsing. Apparently, inflation has gone down a little bit. It was on an upward trajectory pretty steadily, but now it's sort of come down a little bit, but it's not like it's at acceptable levels yet. I mean, I could just be blowing things out of proportion in my head where things will get better. Because, I mean, historically, that has happened. Where things just seem like they can never get any worse. And then all of a sudden, things pick up. So I think that could certainly happen again. I don't know. I just don't have a good feeling. Okay. I'm going to get on to super chats here. Sorry I took so long to get to this. Thanks again to Darksteel for making the mod that we played today. I'm really appreciative of the fact that he made that. He took the time to do all that programming and modding and stuff. Hyperbolic Ninja for $5 says, lol, no, you drew the onion on Gardic phone. Lol, it was one of the best things. Oh, I remember that now. So there's a reference earlier in this stream of like an onion shitting so hard that he left Earth's orbit. The power of his shitting was so great that he escaped the Earth's gravity. And I'm just remembering that now that was something I drew on a Gardic phone session of EFAP, which I remember now. And yeah, I quite like that. I forgot it was me that drew that, to be honest. I thought it might have been someone else. I guess it was so appalling that my brain was just like tried to convince me that like someone else drew it. That was fun though. I like going on EFAP. I don't know when they'll invite me again. It's up to them. Thanks, Hyperbolic Ninja. Chernobyl Pone for $4.99 says, I showed the wedding video to my younger cousins and they liked it. Oh, the episode, you mean? Because wedding video can have a number of different definitions, right? Like somebody's wedding video. But you're talking about my wedding episode, right? That's cool. Yeah, I'm glad they liked it, man. Thank you, Chernobyl Pone. Ragman 2.0 for £5 says, crazy to think I'm in my 20s now and these vids were my childhood. Thanks, John, for all the memories. Hope you're doing well these days. I'm doing well, man. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good these days. I've got a little routine going. I got a routine, you guys. And I'm sticking to it, and it's working out pretty well for me. I get a little bit of everything done each day. Even if it's not a hell of a lot of a particular thing, I do get a little bit of something done, of multiple things done each day, which I'm happy about. Because you got to play tricks with yourself sometimes, you know? Acknowledge the fact that you're not always going to be in a mindset to get a lot of a certain thing done. But you can potentially get a lot done of a certain other thing. You know? That you might have not have felt like doing on a different day. But on this day, it's just like, I feel like doing this thing. And I'm going to get a lot done with this thing. And then I'll try and get a little bit done with this other thing. And even if it's just a little bit, that's okay. I'll try again tomorrow and maybe I'll feel differently where I'll get a lot done on that thing and then maybe get a little bit done on this other thing, but that's okay because I got a lot done on this thing, right? So you just gotta, every day you feel different and you try and work with that, you know? And it's just like, what am I most motivated to work on today? And then just make the most of that feeling. And get as much as you can done. Be as productive as you can, whatever direction that takes. You know? It's kind of like that. Thank you, Chernobyl Pone. And Ragman 2.0, sorry. Oz, OZ, for MX $49. MX? I'm not even sure. I don't know what currency that is. Sounds cool though. MX. It's got an X in it, you guys. Ever consider doing anything with Bungie's Destiny? I don't think Bungie wants anything to do with me these days. I mean, back in the day, in the 2000s, they would have sent someone to E3 to interact with me and be like, hey, you're doing a cool thing. We love RB and the Chief. But nowadays, I don't think they want to really acknowledge RB and the Chief and all its foul language and all that. So I don't think Bungie would ever have me doing anything in an official capacity. It's a nice thought, but I mean, that's not to say I'm not a fan of, I mean, I want to say I'm a fan of Bungie, but like I haven't played much of Destiny. I played a bit of the first game. I wasn't that impressed by it. I liked Halo better. But I think a lot of people aren't happy with Bungie these days. It's a shame. Because Bungie used to be distinctly cool in the way that they would engage with their community and endorse like fan-made projects like mine, right? And Red versus Blue, that was one of them. And then I came along and they were like, hey, this is cool, check this out, in a sort of wink-wink sort of way. Because they knew even back then the language was very spicy. You know? So I want Bungie to do well and make good games, and I wish them the best with that in that endeavor. Thanks, Oz. Team Killtacular for $9.99 says you can set up a LAN with your PC and console through the in-game settings on Master Chief Collection, 4-player split screen plus PC. I do that so I can film my machinima using open broadcast software because I got rid of my Elgato years ago. You can set up a LAN with your PC and console through the in-game settings on Master Chief Collection, 4-player split plus PC. So you're saying you can have 5 players in a single instance? Is that what this is? So 4 players on the console and 1 player on the PC. Because I'm pretty sure, I know for a fact, that you cannot do split screen at all on the PC version of any game on the Master Chief Collection. You have to, if you want to have multiple players in a single offline lobby, you need to have... Well, I don't even think you can have an offline lobby. Like, if you want multiple players in a lobby, period, they all need to be separate Xbox Live profiles, each on their own individual system. I mean, maybe there's cross-platform play where, like, the host can be a PC and then somebody on an Xbox One can join your lobby even though you're on PC. If there's cross-platform integration, then maybe that'll work, but, like... what I gather you're saying is that you can have 5 players in a single instance, 1 on PC, and then 4 on a console that you have connected to the PC via a local area network, which actually makes sense to me. I can see how that might be possible. But, I mean, that just as an extra layer of considerable complication just for adding 1 extra player to it. You know? Where if I just operate strictly offline with 1 console, my Xbox 360, for example, I can have 4 players on that console and just do what I can with 4 players. And then if I need more players than that in a single scene, I'll load up a separate instance with different players doing different things. And then that'll be its own batch of shots that I record. So I'm not sure the 1 extra player is worth the increased setup. I see what you mean, though. I mean, and it's something that I hadn't considered. It's an interesting idea, so I'll think a bit more about that at the very least. So thank you, Team Killtacular. I appreciate your super chat and your idea. Michael J for $10 says, I remember when Chief fired the laser, the bride hit her head and you did the sound for the groom, and I laughed so hard at that. Yeah, well, it's a bunch of South Park influence there. Yeah. But yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. Thanks. Thank you, Michael. I really appreciate it. It's very nice of you. Turtle3000 for $9.99 says, just sending some love to you, bro. Love you and your work. Also, nicer job, Darksteel. Nicer than me? What a traitor. I'm just kidding. Darksteel did a great job on this mod, and I really appreciate playing through it and being able to show you guys the work that he did. So, thank you, Darksteel, for the work. Really appreciate it. And thank you, Turtle3000, for the super chat. That's very nice of you. Rio for $2 says, this isn't See Me After Class. What the fuck is this? This is the vastly inferior John Graham show with a clone of John Graham. It's not even the real John Graham. This is a bullshit clone on a bullshit clone show. But hopefully it's enough to satisfy some people. What can I do? It's just me. It's just me talking to a camera. If you don't like it, what else can I do? I put on a fucking outfit and I dance around. It was that episode where, like, the South Park kids do that news show, and then they have Panda Bear Madness Minute, where I just dress up as a fucking panda bear. Look at me, guys. Oh my god, it's Panda Bear Madness Minute. It's just me talking on a camera, okay? About shit that I care about. So, take it or leave it. I don't know. Thank you, Turtle3000. Or sorry, Rio. I keep going back one on the super chats. Thank you, Rio, for your super chat. Kiro for $2 says, "Oh, hey, John, when did you get in here?" Get in here? I just started broadcasting, bro. I saw this mod that somebody made, and I was just like, you know what? It'd be cool to make an episode out of that. So I did. Thank you, Kiro. Nate F for $2 says, rank the Halo games in order by quality/favorite. You know what? I might actually just go backwards. As in, like, Halo 1, Combat Evolved, Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo 4, but then for the last two, I would put Halo Infinite over Halo 5. So I would rank Halo 5 last. I would put Infinite above Halo 5. But then for the rest of it, it would just be reverse chronological order, basically. I mean, I'm not including ODST and Reach and Halo Wars. I mean, I probably should include a couple of those. Reach, I would probably put above. I would put Halo Reach above Halo 4, but then that also falls into reverse chronological order, I think. And then Halo ODST. ODST, I would put behind Reach, but before Halo 4. I'm not even sure about that, to be honest. I mean, people have said, like I'm sort of lukewarm on ODST, but I've had people say in my chat before, like, that's an L take. ODST is great, you're just fucking stupid. I'm pretty sure I remember ODST, and it didn't seem that remarkable to me. Like I said before, it just felt like sort of a nerfed Halo game. It had an interesting framework where you had sort of this overworld, and then you would go to like different corners of the map that would sort of unlock a memory, or however the game sort of framed it. I can't remember exactly, but it was like those that would unlock playable chunks of the campaign, and then you'd get through one of those, and then it would bring you back to the overworld, and then your task then would be to look for the next sort of memory trigger that would launch the next thing. That was an interesting structure for the game. But in terms of gameplay, I mean, it just didn't feel that special to me. I must be forgetting elements of it. Like, if people have such a high opinion of it, and I have a relatively low opinion of it, I don't have a low opinion of it. It's just, they don't stick out with me as being remarkable. So, maybe I gotta replay them again. But my feeling is to put it at least above Halo 5, at the very least. I'm not sure whether to put it above Halo 4 or not. So I think as sort of eye-rolling as Halo 4 was at parts for me, I think I overall had a better time with that than ODST. But like I said, I gotta play ODST again, because maybe I'm not remembering it well enough. Anyway, I hope that adequately answers your question. Thanks, Nate F. I really appreciate your super chat. Rio for $2 says, I've covered Wars, you know. That's a Dead Rising reference. I know that. It's still one of my favorite games. The original Dead Rising for 360. I mean, it's on PC now too, but it was originally for 360. Thank you, Rio. Solar Hypercane for 199 says, have you tried playing the cursed Halo mods? No. I've heard of a few Halo mods. I've heard of SVP, I think is a Halo 1 mod that sort of improves the graphics of the original. I don't know if it does anything beyond that. I don't know about any other Halo mods though. I've heard about cursed Halo mods, but I don't know exactly what form they take or how many of them there are. You know, maybe it's just like one cursed mod that you install, or if there's a number of cursed mods. I like the idea of it though, because I like the cursed branch of like internet copy pasta. That sort of vein of stories and images that people would share where the things are sort of cursed or creepy or unsettling in some way or scary. I like that sort of stuff. So yeah, maybe I'll do a stream where I play one of those. I don't know. I'll look into it a bit more. I'll try to remember. Thanks, Solar Hypercane. Erica Ehrenreich for $2 Australian. Hello, Erica. Says, who is your favorite South Park character? I think Stan is the most sensitive, so I kind of empathize with him the most. But my favorite character comedically? I really like Jimmy. I like his attitude. I like his sort of inclination towards comedy. Who else do I like in South Park? I like what's his name? Not Clyde, Craig. Where he's like always getting in trouble and he's always outside the principal's office because he's been asked to like he's done some shit somewhere throughout the day, and then he's been called to the principal's office because he's in trouble, and then he's just like he's always flipping people off. I like Craig, Jimmy, Stan. I mean, I want to say Cartman, but he's so like he's such a fucking asshole. Deliberately so, because that's sort of the role that he plays in terms of like delivering stories that are funny. And it's sort of the things that he does, as reprehensible as they are, allow the other characters to interact with him in a way that is not only morally superior, but like they make for very interesting episodes. So like I don't want to discount Cartman just because he's on the evil side of things. Chaotic evil, as people would say, in accordance with that chart. You know that like 3x3 chart that people use to sort of gauge people's personalities? Like chaotic evil is on one corner, and then sort of I can't even remember what the opposite term would be. Not neutral, but like lawful good. Yeah. So it's like law-abiding versus your natural inclination towards a sort of moral system. That's sort of what the 3x3 grid represents. Yeah, so like Cartman would be chaotic evil, I think. And maybe not even that bad. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm ranking Cartman too low in that regard, but like somewhere close to that, I think. And then the other characters just sort of bounce off just how sheerly evil he is. And then that makes for an interesting episode. So like the role, I don't have to sympathize with Cartman, but like the role that he plays in the stories make for these very interesting episodes. So I like the role that he plays. So I guess I could be on board with him on that level, you know. But yeah, I think my favorite character is probably Craig. I like that he's so quiet, but he just gets in trouble constantly. And he just doesn't really get along that well with anybody, and he's just constantly flipping people off. Something about his attitude that I really like. I really like Butters. I like how innocent and nice he is, but he's still funny in his own naivete. Like, he achieves a really effective comedy just in his natural inclination towards being a friend to his friends, and just being an overall nice person. And in contrast, his parents are so overly strict. Am I reading that right? Is there a lot of crying faces being emoted? Or just surprised faces? Oh, I guess it's surprised faces. It's not crying faces. But I'm just seeing a stream of like emojis all of a sudden where it's just like surprised faces. I'm like, what am I saying? That's so fucking surprising that people are just like, oh my god, I gotta operate my mouse right now and click all the fucking surprised faces right now. Anyway. Where was I? Oh, that's all the super chats. We're caught up, everybody. So I think I might just end it there. We'll go through the regular chat, see if I missed anything significant. I'm just happy to see you stream, John. Well, I really enjoyed today's stream, so thanks. And yeah, Darksteel's mod was terrific. I don't see the hype for ODST, honestly. Pretty much feels like a beta for Halo 3. That's what I'm saying. It felt to me like a nerfed Halo game. Like, it felt like DLC at best. I'm not even saying that's a bad thing. But it did kind of feel like a DLC pack for one of the Halo games, like Halo 3. Because, I mean, in context, it literally is that, right? Where you're sort of a nerfed Spartan, where you're not a Spartan, you're an ODST, which is an orbital drop shock trooper, which is you have less armor, you have less like power. I mean, I guess you've got access to the same array of weapons, which is something, but like it didn't stand out to me in the way that a full Halo title where you play as Master Chief would. It just felt sort of brought down to a degree. But I can see sort of the utility in that, where it's deliberately contrasting your abilities as an ODST with a sort of legendary Spartan from the perspective of an ODST trooper, right? Where it's just like, oh, those guys are gods, but we're just regular military dudes. And this game is about them, right? So it's kind of like, you know, in the Spider-Man game where like the Spider-Man 1, for instance, I haven't played the second one yet, but you know, like where you would swing around as Spider-Man and then all of a sudden you'd have to play as Mary Jane or Miles Morales for like a portion of it. But before Miles Morales had powers, you would have to like sort of navigate this arena and these enemies as Miles Morales before you had any spider powers. So it was sort of deliberately doing this contrast between here's you playing as a superhero where you can do all these fantastic things, and then now you're all of a sudden, here's a section of the gameplay where you are sort of grounded to reality, where you're forced to sort of behave and act and perform actions as if you were just a regular person behaving in the real world, where gravity and the strength of you throwing a punch towards somebody is just at a very baseline level, where you really feel it's like, oh my god, I really feel like I'm not a superhero right now. I'm just a regular person, right? And then there's sort of I get that they're sort of saying something with that, where it's just like, isn't it so fantastic to be a superhero that you realize how lame it is to be a regular person when you're finally forced to play as somebody like that. Like, I appreciated what they were doing in that, with that contrast, but I can also see the other side of the argument where people are just saying like, oh, don't these bog down the gameplay. Let me just keep playing as Spider-Man. What are you doing making me play as Mary Jane or Miles Morales where I gotta fucking wander around and kill enemies like a regular person? You know, this is just annoying. People, I think a lot of people saw it as just like a hindrance rather than like, oh, this is an interesting contrast with what I am able to do as Spider-Man. And then all of a sudden you play as Spider-Man again, and it's just like, yes, I have the superpowers. I can swing around. I can fucking punch bad guys and they go flying a mile, right? Like, I could see what they're doing there. I could see some of the players' frustration. I could see both sides of that argument. That's sort of what ODST felt like to me, where it's just like you're just playing a regular person in the Halo universe, but in terms of gameplay, it just felt like a step down from Master Chief. But it was still interesting in its own way, where it's just like, this is you playing from the perspective of somebody in the war against the Covenant, who's just like a regular person, but they have their own plight. They have their own fight to fight. They're not genetically or physically augmented. They don't have their bones reinforced with metal or whatever the fuck that the Spartans have done to them. Like, they're just regular people fighting this insane war. I mean, I can certainly appreciate it on that level. It just didn't stick out to me as that fun. That's all. I don't think it was a bad game at all. Anyway, that's my bit on ODST and ancillary gameplay modes, like the Spider-Man example. There's some new super chats. Beast Gamer 1337 for $2 says, I find myself to be a mix of Craig and Cartman. Okay. Thanks, Beast Gamer 1337 exclamation mark. I forgot the exclamation mark. Solar Hypercade for $1.99 says, Ambatubus. I think you've done this before, where you say these weird words, and I don't know what you're referencing. Sorry, but I appreciate the super chat. Thank you. And Hyperbolic Ninja for $2 says, check the reply on twits. It's, what the fuck are you saying? The reply on twits, it's from EFAP 150. The RPLYONTWITZ. Ripley on twits? I don't know what to make of that. It's from EFAP 150. Was I on that episode? RPLY, does that mean reply? On some level? I mean, I don't even know what the context is. Sorry, dude, but I appreciate the super chat, man. So we're caught up on those. And then what else? It depends, multiplayer versus single player. For single player, I would go 1, 2, 3, reach, infinite, 5, 4. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I agree with that. When we're talking about multiplayer, I would easily put reach above. Well, above 5 at least. I don't know about infinite, because I don't mind infinite's multiplayer. I think it's quite good, actually. ODST is good, but super overrated. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it exactly. I don't think it's bad, but I do agree that it seems to be a bit overrated. John, who's that guy who keeps popping his head up behind your chair? You mean there's a ghost in my room? You trolls. You can't fool me. You should 100% play Cursed Halo on stream. I mean, I would like to play the Halo games just vanilla on the stream. But I wonder if people would benefit more from me playing the cursed version, whatever that is, versus the regular, at least the first game, just vanilla. I would like to do that. Well, I would like to do the original trilogy on stream, Halo 1, 2, and 3, just vanilla. The other ones I'm not that fussed about, but like I would gladly do the first 3. But like, maybe viewers don't even want to see that. I don't know. I'm more inclined to do other games first. Like Sonic Adventure is at the top of my list in regard to games to stream that people would be happy to watch. Like it's that games that strike a balance between I would like to do it and people would like to watch it, right? So John, how come Mario on that poster behind you keeps blinking? That's cool, dude. Where'd you get a blinking poster? You can't scare me. I know what you're trying to do. John, did you see the clip I sent you on X? It's from EFAP 150 where you guys drew the onion man. Oh, no, I didn't see that yet. I haven't looked at any of my messages or anything yet. I'll have a look at it after. ODST was originally DLC, then they decided to turn it into a full $60 release because money. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I got from it, to be honest. I didn't even know that about the DLC. I mean, I probably did at one point and I just forgot, but like, it does have that sort of vibe to it, where like this is DLC, but then you got the idea into your head that it's like, let's just release this as a full price game and then we'll make X amount more dollars. Like, yeah. John, I remember when you had a blog where you posted the translation of ODST and hated how Bungie manually animated their characters, I remember. Oh, yeah. Because they stopped doing mocap all of a sudden, I think. And then they hand animated all of their characters in this sort of overly bouncy hand animated DreamWorks sort of way where you can tell it's not mocapped. It's just like, hey, I'm doing this, and now I do this, and I'm moving like this, and it's there's like nothing natural about each of the poses. It's just obviously keyframed and done by hand, where it's just like you're trying to be like a. I mean, you could say that it sort of more closely emulates like classical animation, I guess, where like 2D animated Disney films, for example, when they're storyboarded, they'll be broken up into keyframes, right? Where it's just like, I don't know, Lion King, for example, where you have Simba in like a default position, and then you have position where he's like shrugging one hand because he's like unsure about something. That's like one keyframe. And then maybe like scratching the back of his head because he's sort of unsure about what he's saying. Like those are each like keyframes, right? And then you sort of hand draw frames to sort of fill in the gaps between the keyframes. And then I guess like keyframed 3D animation is sort of the same thing, where there's just sort of this exaggerated nature to all of the posing, as opposed to mocap, where it's just like you literally put dots on an actual actor and have him walk in a real space, and then sort of collect all that position data into a computer that's connected to him. And then you sort of analyze what the skeleton's doing, and then you make like fine touches to it for the sake of cutscenes or whatever. and then it sort of has this naturalistic movement to it. But I think because the Halo games had done mocap, and then I think with ODST, they all of a sudden went back to the keyframing thing. Actually, I don't even think that's true. Because I think they might have still done keyframing with Halo 3. Don't listen to me. I don't fucking know what I'm talking about, okay? I'm a fucking idiot, okay? I just think, like, I prefer mocap overall over the keyframing method. Because everything, with keyframing, everything just feels too, like, exaggerated and bouncy. You know? Where it's like I'm watching a DreamWorks movie. I think there was a time where I could really appreciate that method, but like now I'm just so used to mocap that anything that stands out from that looks too ridiculous. I think that's what's happening. I don't know. Let's move on here. I would like to hear your thoughts on the games. Well, I think I talked a bit about that. I would love to watch you stream the original Halo games. I think I'll do Sonic Adventure first, but I would like to do Halo Combat Evolved and Halo 2 at the very least. John, it's a little weird that every 6th blink you do, you blink sideways. Comments? You blink sideways? What the fuck does that even mean? Blink sideways? Like I got eyelids that are sort of like vertical? They go that way? That doesn't make sense. Come on. Speaking of Halo spin-offs, have you heard of people wanting a Halo Flood horror game? If so, do you have any ideas for it? I mean, I don't know if I have any ideas for it, but I would love to see horror introduced to the Halo franchise again in some capacity, whether that's through the Flood or something else. Because, I mean, in the original Halo, the Flood was that was the horror element of that campaign. But I mean, whether it's the Flood or something else, I would like the Halo games to be scary in some way. I just don't know how. I mean, maybe you could do it, I think, through some sort of psychological aspect of Chief. Like he's seeing things that aren't there. And there's sort of this deliberate ambiguity between what's augmented reality or what's actually there and what's not there, but it's in his head based on some psychological affliction. I think you could do a cool horror Halo thing with something like that. And that would be like beyond the Flood. But I mean, I would be happy to see the Flood brought back, so I mean, whatever, man. I just want to be scared to some degree from a new Halo game because I feel like they're not scary anymore. I feel like horror was an important part of it because I think Halo fundamentally is a Pandora's box story. Like, be careful what you wish for, be careful what you open up and unleash onto the universe, right? That kind of thing. Because it's terrible. And the terrible thing in the case of Halo Combat Evolved is the Flood, right? So whatever the terrible thing is, just bring something into the mix that's scary. Anyway. Cursed Halo is insanely fun. Insanely fun. Is it? It's so fun that I will be driven insane. Oh, maybe I gotta play it then. Bungie never did mocap if memory serves me well. They always relied on keyframe by hand animation for all the Halo games except Reach. Well, I wonder if they started doing mocap with Halo 4. Because I agree with you. I think up until Halo 3 and Reach, they did keyframed animation for characters. But for some reason, in ODST, it felt really distinct to me that it was keyframed. But that might have been the increase in releases of games that had mocap in them that weren't Halo. That all of a sudden I would go back to the Halo franchise and then see the keyframed animation and then it would stick out to me. So that might have been what was happening there. I'm not sure. John, would you ever consider buying a VR headset and use mocap to record movement instead of animating by hand to create avatar-like animation content? If I'm making machinima, I don't think so. Because like I had this exchange over email recently with somebody who was offering to do VFX work. And he's just like, I understand you're doing Hard Justice again, and like through VFX we can make this look really cool. And I was just like, you know what? Part of the thing with machinima for me is building everything that I can using just the game. And trying to make the game work for me as much as I can without having VFX sort of interfere with that. Like, just build everything I can with the game, do everything I can in terms of character positions with the game, vanilla, with no mods. And I feel like that's sort of part of the art form. I mean, it depends on the width of the definition of machinima, because it's machine cinema, right? So as long as you're creating cinematic content in an environment that's generated by computers in real time, then I think that constitutes as machinima. So anything from Halo fan machinima to like God of War cutscenes, I think would technically fall into the category of machine cinema. But I think machinima in a colloquial sense, you pick a game that you want to work with to make movies with, and then you just do everything you can just in the game itself. And that's the approach that I want to take with Hard Justice, at least. This project I'm working on right now, where I just want to do as much as I can just with the game. And then if there's anything storytelling wise that I need to convey to an audience that I absolutely can't do through the game, then at that point I'll resort to visual effects, where I might have to build my own shit in Blender or After Effects or something. Or if that doesn't work, outsource the work, or I sort of get in contact with artists that are good with Blender or After Effects or something, where it's just like, here's what I need, here's the shot that I need. It needs to fit in between this shot and that shot. And it needs to look like this, and it needs to blend in with like how shit looks on this shot and in that shot. And yeah, can you build this for me? But I'm not at that point yet. I gotta finalize the writing more, where I'm more secure in my knowledge of what exactly I need to be created in visual effects. Because not only does like the writing have to be done, well, at least the outline finalized to a degree where I'm absolutely confident in what's gonna happen beat for beat. But then I gotta go through the game I'm gonna be working with, which is Halo Reach, in Forge mode, and sort of see what I can accomplish purely in game. And then figure out what absolutely can I not accomplish in game that I need to sort of resort to visual effects for. And then at that point, I'll start reaching out to people if I can't accomplish it myself. That's the idea. I'm just looking at the chat. Sorry, I'm just trying to get to where I was before. Well, good night, John. I'm heading out. I gotta get back to work on models and stuff. Oh, yeah, people are checking out because I've been going way too long here. I appreciate everybody sticking around. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I don't mean to bore people, but I have been going for a while. A couple more super chats. Beast Gamer 1337 for $5 says ODST is amazing to me. I like playing in New Mombasa. The megacity vibe is so interesting, and I like the beeps and boops of the city sectors. That's cool, man. I mean, if I played ODST again, there'd probably be plenty in it that I would appreciate, you know, and respect on a game design level or whatever. My broad memory of it is that it falls short of the other Halo games. That's all. I'm not saying it's bad. And then Beast Gamer 1337 exclamation mark for another $2 says, I admit I love the beeps because I'm autistic, lol. Is that a thing? Autistic people love beeps? Beep boop. Well, I appreciate your super chats. Thank you very much. Sonic Adventure 1 is goated. What is there to say about the game, though? Well, if it's goated, surely there's plenty to say about it, but more than I can think of right now because I'm tired and I'm hungry. I want to go eat something. And the flood was what really defined its horror aspect because it was the only real horror element added to it, really. Yeah, I agree. There needs to be more horror broadly in Halo, I think. Because it's just not... There wasn't really anything in Halo Infinite that was scary, from my recollection. Other than the Endless, which wasn't even paid off. So it's like, what the fuck am I even meant to be scared of? The mere mention of the Endless, this unknown thing? Like, what is it? But they didn't even bother to answer that. It's just, that's going to be reserved for story DLC that never comes out. So, cool. I guess. You could have some segments made with CGI, like Red versus Blue with their CGI fights stuck between the machinima parts. Yeah, but I wouldn't go, like, maybe there'll be a little bit of VFX work, but not to the degree where, like, the characters are having these overly choreographed fights. Like, I'm just not inclined to do that kind of thing that Red versus Blue did. Nah, it's afternoon here in Australia. Is it the afternoon in Australia? What the fuck? How fucking... What's your time differential relative to Pacific Standard? What are you, like 15 hours ahead? $10, $11, $12, $1, $2, $3. You're 17 hours ahead or behind? Jesus Christ. I'm still not convinced Australia is a real place. I think it's fake. It's 9:30 here in BC. Well, yeah, I'm in BC. I know that. Lol, no, isn't it 12 hours? 12 hours behind or ahead? Well, it's 9:30 now, so if you're 12 hours ahead, I mean, that would be 9:30 a.m., but you said it was the afternoon, so that's why I'm thinking it's more than 12 hours. Doesn't matter. It's 15 ahead or something. Yeah, that's what I thought. Right, okay. That's quite a... You're 15 hours in the future. What's the future like? You people in Australia, you know the future. You're psychics automatically just by your region. Beast Gamer 1337 for $2 says, lol, yes, it's true facts. I'm only high functioning. I feel like autism is overly diagnosed anyway. Like, there's too many people who say they have it, and Well, it feels like too many. It's just like, what are the parameters of being diagnosed with autism? Like, you know how to focus on something? Like, that just feels excessive. I don't know. It's 12:34 Friday here in Florida. Well, yeah, because you're Eastern time, right? So yeah, you would be 3 hours ahead of PST. I didn't get diagnosed. I've just had a lot of people ask. Try having that and ADHD. A lot of people ask if you're autistic. Jesus. I mean, that's never a compliment, right? You're trying to engage with someone in a social situation, and they're just like, are you autistic by any chance? Like, I don't think even an autistic person wants to hear that. Like, I imagine they would be in a position where they're just like, yeah. Or like, I don't know, maybe. I thought I was acting like a normal person, but I guess I'm not. Because you felt the need to ask me that. You know? I'm not trying to sound insensitive. I'm just, like, I sympathize. I mean, I haven't really had that problem, but I can understand it. I don't know. A Tinder date asked if I was on the spectrum. I am not diagnosed. Oh, okay, yeah. I think everyone here is on the spectrum, including Job. We're all one big TISM family. I don't think I'm on the spectrum, but maybe I'm close. I don't know. It just depends on the boundaries of diagnosis, right? And those can be too wide or too narrow. Like, how do you find the diagnosis boundaries that are just right, that are accurate? I don't know. Maybe it is one of those things that it is on such a gradient that it is very hard to draw a line where it's distinct, where it's just like, here you're not autistic, and then you're autistic all of a sudden, right? Where exactly is that line? I mean, that line could be in a number of places. I mean, who knows where the right place it is to draw that line, you know? Okay. We're caught up on chats, super chats, and live chats, and I'm going to call it a night here because I'm tired and I'm hungry. I got to eat something before I go to bed. So, I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I really appreciate all the super chats. Thank you to Dirk Steele for making this fantastic mod based on my wedding episode. I really enjoyed playing through it. I enjoyed exploring all the nooks and crannies and Easter eggs. And thank you all again for tuning in. I really appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy these streams and you're looking forward to further uploads and the next stream that I do. Okay, so have a good night, everybody.